Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm just waiting for my friend Dylan to join me in Discord, and we're going to work on our retro Dragon Ball Z themed fighting game that we're building in PICO-8. So hang tight. Meantime, Dylan asked me to look at the hidden palette that PICO-8 has. So basically, just have to poke a new color into the program's memory. You'd use poke to access the PICO-8 memory and set the color palette to change. This is the game as it stands right now, although Dylan has been working on a new version of it that I'm anxious to look at. Last time we worked on getting this randomized star field working, and we fixed a bug where if the sprites were next to each other but facing the wrong way, like so, the sprite wasn't turning around properly. And then we stopped the counter from counting into negative numbers. We got it stopping at 0. So we did a lot last time. Very productive stream. And the star fields are randomized every time the game runs. It generates a new randomized star field. It's very pretty. Kind of like we know what we're doing. Also have the action bars working. Okay, hold on here. While we're waiting, someone just gave me a tip from an Uber ride yesterday. 2 tips. Making all the money. Okay. Just waiting on Dylan. He just says he's going to log into Discord on his computer so we can share screens. Got a little messy hair situation going on here. Slept in a little bit, and it's Saturday morning, so we're just doing a nice casual Saturday morning low-key stream. Hey, Dylan, I see you in the voice chat, but it looks like you might be muted. So I might have to give Discord permission to access the microphone and/or select audio input in the settings in Discord. Hey, there
There
you
we
are, I
go.
think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Yay!
You're in business. It looks like you're. It's
Perfect.
funny because it looks like you have two Discord accounts. You have one that you're using right now, and then a different one you've been using on your phone. But they're actually two different Discord accounts that you ended up
That's so
creating
funny.
somehow. So I don't know how that happened, but no big deal. Doesn't matter. Hello. Good
As
morning.
long as it's perfect. Hello, good morning.
Yeah.
Right here, let me share my screen.
Oh, sure.
Allow-
Yeah, I'm anxious to see the changes you made. I guess the fundamental question I have, and we can answer it as we get going, is whether we should try to incorporate your changes into the version I've got on my machine, or whether we should just take the version you've got and run with that. What we don't want to do is have each of us making changes in two separate copies, right? So we need to
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need to always have like one and only one canonical copy of the game. Which normally software development and software developers use tools like GitHub to check out certain portions of the code and work on them and check them back in and whatnot. So we're not really doing oh wow, that looks cool. We're not really doing best practices, so to speak, yet, but that's okay. That looks really sharp.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to get as carried away with it as I did. I was just like, oh, I wonder if I can figure out how to put Goku in there myself instead of
Mm-hmm.
Frieza. And then once I did that, I was like, ooh, I wonder what else I'm capable of creating.
Yeah, that's okay.
But I didn't
It's fun to
do
see
much
you.
of the coding.
It's fun to see you playing with the programming. I mean, hopefully you're learning some programming at the same time, and
Oh, for
that can't
sure.
be it.
Yeah. I have been through this whole process. Yeah, it's been really nice. I've been able to understand
Mm-hmm.
pretty well what's happening. Yeah, I mean, all my first guesses worked. It was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I just need to do this, and that would happen,
Mm-hmm.
and I was right. And it's just testing, plug in the number, and see what happens. Yeah. So I'm not sure how to send this over or
Well, why
what
don't you
exactly I should
before you
start.
do that? Why don't you just like walk me through the changes you made?
Okay.
Just
So
I'm looking at your screen right now, so I can maximize it here. Let's see.
yeah, so the first thing I did here, I'll go and do the sprites, is I had taken out Piccolo and added in all the Gokus. So there's Goku and Goku's transformed, and then Frieza and Frieza's transformed,
Mm-hmm.
but they're still in the same order. So it's
That's good. That
still,
because we don't want to
if we
break
put
any of
in this
the
guy, it still does the punching the same.
perfect.
And I set them all up to be that same direct way, so I can
Smart.
switch out any character I want
I like it.
easily. And yeah, they're all in the same order here.
Perfect. Are those the
So this
character
would be
selection
player
ones?
one. Yep.
I love it.
Player one character select, player two character select, you're standing,
Wow.
punching, and then this is for charging, because that would be the next sprite we would need after Kai Blast goes in.
It's funny
Because this is
for
the
the
Kai
character selection screen. I was actually thinking not about building the rectangle into the sprite, but basically having the 8x8 sprite and then just generating a rectangle around that, so you can have
I
the
thought
whole
this
sprite there.
is how I figured it out in my head. This is what I thought you had meant. But yeah, I figured these were pretty easy to delete if we needed to.
Yeah. I can probably make
Just
it. I can probably do something really similar, but make it
do one
well make it so
sprite for the
so you
bedrock.
can have the 8x8 sprite without having to overlap a rectangle right on top of the 8x8 sprite. Make it
Okay.
around a 10x10 rectangle around the 8x8 sprite as opposed to an 8x8 rectangle covering up some of the sprite.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, do it like the double sized
Mm-hmm.
so that you can do it around.
Yeah, something
I
like that.
thought I might end up doing that with these guys too, because these charging guys should have like an aura around them somehow, which I've been trying to figure out how to make that happen, but especially for these charging ones, so I might make these ones bigger ones too.
Well, again, I guess my only caution is I love that you're playing, but I don't want it to, I don't want it to get away from us. I don't want to be doing these changes iteratively.
Exactly.
So, hmm
Yeah, that's why I went ahead and stopped here. I was like, I feel like I got
yeah,
my itch out. I'm
I mean, it's
just having fun playing with the sprite
fundamentally
editor and
it's your game. So if you want to just take it and run with it, go for it. I mean, but
is here.
I love the planets, by the way. Those look really awesome.
Thank
Those,
you.
future.
Yeah,
You have a future in pixel art, if nothing else.
thanks. I've been having fun with it. Yeah, this Dragon Ball turned out pretty cool. I used a
Mm-hmm.
picture from the newer series. I got all these Kai blasts put in here,
What are all
different
the different
colors
color
to
Kai
play around
blasts? What's
with.
that for?
That just different characters have different Kai color depending on, like
Gotcha.
uh intentions or their type of magic. So just depending on what characters were in here. Frieza sometimes has black, purple, or red Kai, so he has all three, and then Goku commonly has yellow or blue.
Right. But
So
are
we
the
can
with are the
choose just to see
would
them
the
and be able
explosions
to
be
pick.
different colors too?
That we could do. I
Well,
hadn't
yeah,
thought about
we
that far yet
but
either.
remember what we're doing. This is why I want to do this together because we may have to shift things around because if we're
Yeah,
rotating through the sprites, numerically, if we say to rotate between, the the two fireball sprites, if we're just saying flip it,
yeah,
add a number, subtract the number, add a number, subtract the number, and then add three numbers to create the right color, the right explosion. We need to create a little room here to be able to do it all numerically like that.
yeah. I only created these this minis just so we could play around with different
Mm-hmm.
colors whenever we got it created, and then I figured we'd pick like two of them maybe and delete
Mm-hmm.
the rest, or maybe three, delete the rest.
I like them though. I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah, they're
fun.
fun,
I like
and it
it.
was really easy to just copy and paste it and change the
Yep.
color and just see what all different colors I could make. These seem to be the main colors I could come up with:
So
yellow, red, black,
walk
blue,
me through the
green.
changes you made to the code now.
Okay, so in the code, well, this isn't much of a change, but I just changed which sprites are
Mm-hmm.
going
Yeah,
on,
that's
and I changed where they start a little bit.
that's easy
I
enough.
moved them
Okay.
in,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so they don't start on the edges of the screen now.
Mm-hmm.
I upped the health to 300, the regular health, starting health, and the max
I
health.
think I want to bump that back down to 100 and then just have it do less damage. So rather than see what I mean, just leave it at 100 and then have it be take 2 health points off as opposed to 10 or whatever we did.
I did both actually. I raised this up to 300, and I cut the punch down and power down to three
I mean,
instead of
it doesn't
five.
really matter just because we're doing the percentage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But simpler the better, I think. So
Yeah, I didn't think this was. Well, I just wanted more health so that the fight can be longer, because the fights are only like a 1 to 2 seconds right now.
yeah, but
You can
you can
literally,
accomplish the
like,
same thing, but just by lowering the amount of damage each punch does.
yeah. Well, I did both, and I got it to a space where it finally feels pretty appropriate
Mm-hmm.
with how fast we punch. Besides, like putting a delay on the punches, because they punch 30 times a second,
Mm-hmm.
so they punch really, really fast. If
Yeah,
you're able
yeah,
to get up next to someone and start
that's
punching,
right.
then you can kill them. And
We can get it feeling the same way.
yeah, so right here for the planet, I added a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I did this -7 in here as an attempt to bring it up 7 from the bottom, so the planet would never go over the people,
Oh,
which has
okay.
seemed to work so far. The planet hasn't formed down where your players originally start.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a few times I was practicing and the planet would form right behind one of the players when you started, and it was a
Right.
little bit more distracting. I was like, "Where am I?"
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't. I'm
So
not
yeah,
worried about where the planets show up as long as it looks good.
cool. Yeah, that seemed to work, and then I
Okay.
shrunk both of these numbers to keep it on the screen, and I think that's all I did there. I added 5 more stars, just regular stars in here, and I changed up their colors a little bit, but not much. I just added in orange ones instead of having 3
Mm-hmm.
reds. So now there's 2 oranges and 1 red.
Boy, look at how many tokens we're using up already. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Starting
Yeah,
starting to worry about it.
that was all of our star,
Yeah.
adding in all the background
I
stars.
still
Almost.
want to think about a better way to do the stars. I'm
My friend Shahir has used this program, and he had a few ideas
hmm
on ways to clean it up, but I wasn't all the way understanding, and he
well,
said
that's
that he would just think about it.
yeah, that's okay. Let's just build it.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't
That's I
see
can
any
barely read
way.
my own code after time. I'm much less reading someone else's. So.
I think that might have been
So you didn't
pretty
touch the
much it.
mechanics. Nothing's broken in terms of the the player
No,
movement?
I didn't actually do anything with the movement
So
or fighting. I
everything
think
still
that
works.
was
Players still flip like they did before. They can't pass through each other. Everything's
exactly,
good.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
no, I didn't
well.
mess
Show me.
with anything like that.
Run it and show me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, everything still works the same. I mostly just changed up the art, and now they punch and take down their health a lot slower. Can you give me? And you,
Yeah, I'm just getting a little delay. I think it's just I'm only seeing it every few frames, so it looks choppy, but it's not choppy. I think. Right.
yeah, that's how it normally looks when I'm watching you too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I
Wait,
just
what?
changed up mostly the art. I've been mostly
Wait, what's
working on art
happening?
stuff.
I saw the hair changing on one of the characters. What's happening there?
Yeah,
As he
I made it to
punches.
where I made it to where his hair moves whenever he punches, and I made it to
Okay,
where
sure.
Frieza's tail flicks whenever he punches. So that just added a little bit more movement, just playing around with it.
And Frieza's yellow now.
Yep. Well, this is his transformed version, so
Right, but we don't
what
want
I'm gonna
to.
do.
Again, I know all I have is questions. I know, like, so I thought we weren't going to have him start out being transformed.
We weren't. I'm just playing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I was just having. They're cooler to me personally to play as, so I just had them in there and was playing with my friends last night,
Well, it's okay because we can
showing
swap them
off.
right back just by changing the number of the sprite that's plugged in. So yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth and changing out the planet too, just
Yeah, yeah.
playing different rounds. Oh, what did I do?
Oh, your
Must
caps
not have
lock
been.
on. Maybe your caps lock is on.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is on. Yeah, the triangle music note. Yeah, see now they're regular again.
So yeah.
And
So you
Goku
don't
is
like the
gone.
Piccolo character, huh?
Oh, I do. It's just canonically it made more sense
Mm-hmm.
and with what I have in my head.
Gotcha.
No, Piccolo is actually one of my favorite characters. But whenever it came down to this game, as it was getting more and more developed, I was like, I want to see Goku and Frieza fighting because they're one of the most iconic,
Mm-hmm.
like enemy and antagonist, protagonist of the series, I guess.
So, but you deleted Piccolo.
Yeah, just to for what is it? It's like so that all these would be able to stay in order, you know. But Piccolo would be the next character down.
Right, which
That
we
he was
can
kind
do.
of in the way
Yeah, but
whenever it comes to
we can do that on the
people numerically.
next batch of sprites. There, batch number one.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
So I could
we
go
need to
onto
make
this
sure we
page and
can.
start
Yeah.
doing the next set of characters here. This way we can keep going with Frieza here until we are like, okay, that's definitely all the sprites we need to Frieza, and then have all the gold Frieza and all the Goku all go in order. That
Mm-hmm.
way they can all go in order, and so you can go from 2 all the way straight down, and it'll be
Right.
uniform for uniformity purposes. That's why I moved him because yeah, it's very easy to redraw him. I have it written down and drawn out, so I could remake Piccolo here today
Yeah.
if I wanted
Right.
to.
We should do that.
But
We shouldn't lose anything.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I just don't know how many sprites we'll end up using
What's
because
with
like the screen got filled in pretty quick with putting in just these planets.
go back to
Which I
our.
do think I'm gonna need a few of these.
I
Obviously,
like them. I like them all.
these ones are scrap. These ones were I was testing out different lightings.
All right. So I guess my question now is, what should we do? There are two options. One is to basically trying to redo some of the changes you made in the version that's on my machine, or we can start working from this version. But I want to clean some things up. Like I see what you've done with all the sprites here, but I need to create some wiggle room. So we need to probably move some of these sprites around to carve out room for all the things we know we want to do. They're all really packed in
Well,
here.
a lot of these should be able to be deleted besides whatever we end up wanting to keep. So I was just having fun because there was all the space still because there's all these spaces here, but like these two could easily get deleted.
Yeah,
I'm thinking these 2 yellow planets might get deleted.
yeah, that's fine.
I maybe move this one,
But like if
and
we want to
then
create different color explosions, we want to kind of do them in sequence so that we can treat things
yeah,
mathematically inside the code.
Yeah, I figured once we picked out which actual Kai Blast, then a bunch of these would end up getting erased.
Well, I don't know.
This
I
thing,
like the different color Kai Blast for the different characters. I don't think there's anything
oh, I
wrong with that.
definitely
It's cool.
do. Yeah, and we could also just copy and paste them over onto the screen pretty easily,
Right, exactly. So,
and then go with your
which way do you want to do
explosion.
it? Do you want to just rebuild some elements inside the version I've got, or do you want to treat this one as the new version and start working from this?
Potentially treat this one as the new version because I did a bunch of art in here, and I
Okay.
think it would be like recreating this planet might take you a minute.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
like
Let's
had
do
to,
that.
yeah, draw. Okay,
So you need to send me
so what
that
do I?
file then.
Yeah, which I haven't had to do yet. So I'm not sure exactly how to find this file.
Well, we need to figure out where the I have
Yeah,
to look
where
it up.
it's saving.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I have to look it up again. I have to look up
Okay.
the default. Um,
That,
let's see, where are the files stored? Where are the files stored on a Mac? Okay. Wait a minute. Where is it? Oops. Okay, so on OS X, it's under users, your name, library, application support, PICO-8, and carts. So you can see on my screen the file path here.
I don't know how to see your screen.
Oh, I'm not sharing it in Discord. I guess I can do that.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Okay.
Okay. Did we get there?
Yeah, I like all the changes you made. I just want to keep things organized in that sprite sheet, and then I want to make sure I really understand the changes you made to the code so I can work from there. So.
Yeah, I think I mostly all I really did was change variables. Besides that
Mhm.
planet, I added that -7.
Well, if everything's working, that's a good starting point, right? So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did one thing at a time. Went back, made sure it was working. That I didn't change, and I actually did break it at first, but I deleted that version because at first I was trying to build a punch delay.
Right.
I was just like, I wonder if I can figure this out.
Oh
Just
no, I'm
having
glad you're
fun.
trying. I'm glad you're playing with it. I
Just
just want to keep
delete
the
it.
game working.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was like, that's the most important thing. And then, yeah, since I got it working and I was able to switch out the characters between Goku and Frieza like I wanted, I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and just fuck around with
Yeah,
building
I mean
planets.
we're not using any version control for backup, so but the nice thing is we're emailing the versions to each other, so always have a copy of a working version. But normally we should be using some sort of version control, so we have backups of all our saves. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a real software developer. I'm a pretend software developer.
Oh no, this makes it real. But I'm
Yeah,
not entirely sure
we
where
are
I
what
should
we do in
go.
this world. That's true.
We are. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember how we got to that first part last time.
Yeah, you just need to find the root directory on your hard drive. And remember, you can always search for PICO-8 too. It'll find the directory probably PICO-8.
wonder if I can just search up Fight Remix. Eric Herbert. Nope. I found PICO-8 stuff. Ah! What the heck?
Are you drawing over your sprite already?
I didn't try to. I was trying to click on something else and it just did that.
Well, it's okay. Just don't save it. You know. Right.
What
Yeah.
happened to that other place? Okay.
Are you using Discord from a web browser?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You can actually download the Discord app on your computer.
Oh yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I don't ever use any socials, and I never use this computer, so I just don't even think about it like that.
You're younger than I am. You're supposed to be better at this.
I know my parents never allowed me to be on a computer when I was a kid,
That's
or I was only allowed 1 hour of technology a
that's
day.
so funny. I mean, when I was a kid, my dad had an old Texas Instruments computer. Then we had an Epson QX10, and my dad had a ham radio. We were always fucking around with technology.
No, my parents were they were more so religious, so they were like, no
Oh, interesting.
TVs, go outside, pray.
My dad was always
Like,
technically inclined, and so we always had some sort of gadgets to play with.
to be honest, I don't even know if my parents have a computer nowadays. I still don't think they bought a computer.
Is it kind of if the religious there's a lot of religious people I know that have this kind of latent technophobia.
Yeah.
Are they you mean like Christian religious or a different kind of religious?
Um, Actually, my dad's side is more so in the
Gotcha. Okay.
Jewish,
Uh huh.
ish. Yeah, I've always said I'm Jewish.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm finding the fight, the one that you keep sending me, but I'm not finding
Well, what did you call it? Fight remixed.
fight
Is there a
remix.
space in there? Is there no space in there? What did you?
Yeah, one space fight space remix is what I've been calling it.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is the location on the. All I know is what's in the manual here. It's under users, then your name, library, application support, PICO-8,
I
and
know
cards.
we
Oops.
found the users before, but I don't remember what directory you had brought me
Yeah,
in
just search
through.
for users. See if you can find the folder.
Oh yeah, that's right. Users. Oh crap. Oh, users and groups. Um,
I don't think. Well, that's a setting. You want to search and you want to be searching
yeah,
in
I just
your
searched the. Maybe I need to
finder.
not hit enter.
You in the finder app? I can't see.
No, I was just on the overall search for the computer. Now I'm going to the finder.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, I just searched the whole computer, but now I'm just searching the. No, I feel like this finder doesn't actually have the main thing on here. Maybe it does. Maybe it's in here. No.
No.
Yeah, this is what's always been confusing about the MacBooks. I always feel like I'm missing. Yeah, there's like a brain in a Windows computer you can go to very easily that's similar to this Finder, and I feel like you can get to the main everything on the computer very easily. But with the MacBooks, this always has felt like empty to me. Like there's something missing with the Finder. Like, where's my computer? I don't know where all this stuff gets saved at. Besides, that's why I just save everything to my desktop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use anything that's off the desktop on this computer at all so far. None of this seems like my main hard drive. This is just applications. Just feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah, you might have to Google how to find your users folder in a MacBook. I don't think it's going to be under settings. That's just going
Hmm. Okay, I guess I have to Google. How do I find my hard drive? That's
to.
what I'm looking
Or
for.
maybe how to find your users folder. Start there. Where is the users folder on a Mac? That sounds promising. How to find. Open Finder. There you go. Select go to folder. Okay. Okay, that's so annoying that you have to do that. Well, let's try it, right?
Okay, Finder.
At the top of
I don't know what.
at the top of your screen, there's a go.
Oh, yeah, there's go. Go to folder.
Oh, actually, there. Yeah, okay, that worked. Then type /users/.
Oh, slash.
Okay, there you go. That looks promising.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Then what?
go. Yeah, just go to the main. Go to there. Yeah. Okay, let me. So then it should be under library. Your name, library, application.
Applications.
No, that's not it. Wait, so we had this problem before, right?
Or technically already under my name, I guess. Because my name is the folder that we're in, Dylan Metzing.
mm-hmm. Try under documents. Let's see what's there. No, that's not it. I don't think so. No, that's not it.
Library.
Oh, try. Yeah, try it. Maybe try it. No, there's
Nope.
nothing there. Okay.
Downloads. Or applications. If PICO-8's in here. Nope.
Yeah, no. Now we'll be under downloads.
Regular fight.
It won't be there.
No.
Okay, back out of that. Yeah, go up a level. Oh no. Go to the Go menu at the top of the screen. Let's see what our options are here. Go where? Just go to computer. Okay, go, yeah, Macintosh HD. Go to library right there. Do you have a PICO-8 folder in there anywhere? No, doesn't look like it, does it?
Unless it's out of
Okay.
alphabet.
Anything that says application support? Oh, right there, application
Yes.
support. Okay. Do we see PICO-8 in there?
Can't scroll.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh.
Okay, back out of there, I guess. It should not be so difficult. It's not where it says it. Oh, yes. Susan's digging her nails then. She says, "Hi, my love," from the chat.
Hi. Why did you save my game?
Okay, so let's go to Go again. Close that little window. Let's go to Go. Try recent folders. Let's see if you've been there recently. And we've not. Okay, select Go to folder right below. Okay, now let's try /Pico-8/.
From just the
Not,
beginning, erase all this?
Yeah, erase all
Or
that. Yeah, erase all that.
/PICO-8.
Mm-hmm.
PICO-8 /.
Now hit enter to search maybe. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to just find it. Go back to the folder we were just at. Yep, that users folder. Yep, right there. let's try. Where else could we look here? It's not going to be there. It's so weird.
Let's go one
Oh
at a
wait.
time.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
this
your
one.
desktop. That's on your desktop. It's not there, right? No, that's okay. No, that's just the
This is a better
one
check
folder you
while I'm
made.
in here.
Mm-hmm.
Documents.
It's weird. You should be able to. You named it Fight Remix.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just do a search again. So in the Finder, hit the search button and just type Fight and hit search. And let's just see what. Okay, it's pulling up all kinds of things with Fight in the title. Ready, Fight, blah 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 blah. Or maybe search for Remix. Let's just get as specific as we can get here.
These are all sound bites from Bandit Logic.
That's funny. All right,
Ah.
search for .p8.
.p8.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, that's one.
This
Oh.
should be everything on your machine
Oh.
named.
I'm so confused. Where is this save?
I mean, we could try. You have it loaded up right now, although you didn't. You closed it because we
Yeah.
didn't want. So.
Well, it's the last thing that I had saved, so
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been having any issues actually opening it so
Oh well,
far.
let's open it and let's open PICO-8 and see how you access it.
Do run. Fight. Oh my gosh.
No, you have to
Wait,
like
how do you load it?
type load.
Oh,
Load.
load. There
Mm-hmm.
it is. I was like, actually, I don't know how to start it. I don't think I closed it out since I
Okay,
started.
fight remix.p8. Okay, well, it's
Oh,
there.
sorry, I went a little far there, huh? Yeah, fight remix.p8 is what it's called here.
That's so weird. I don't know why you can't find it on your machine.
Yeah. It's very easy to save and open. Wish there was just a share. Share my game.
You spend an hour just trying to figure out how to access the damn file.
Yeah, that's what I was nervous about when I started playing with it. That's why Extra didn't want to do too much. Just because I wasn't
Okay,
sure how easy it would be.
let's try a few things. So go back to your Finder. Close that out just so we don't make any accidental changes again. Yep. So
Okay.
search for a library or yep. Let's you have a folder called library there somewhere. Okay, we've got a few.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why there's so many library folders. I have no idea.
10.
Let's
10
let's open them
library.
one by one. Let's see what we can find. That's not it.
Core services. Oh. Same.
Weird. Again, I don't really know. It's not. It doesn't seem like it's where it should be.
Same again. What's inside these?
Data for something.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's not there. It's the wrong stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be there either.
It does not feel like it. Was I already on the third one? Nope. 5. What the heck are all these folders?
Okay, there's too many library folders. Search for application data. Application support, excuse me. Application support. It might be everything in the application support folder. I have no idea. Let's just scroll. Let's see if we can find a folder called application support.
Oh, these are PICO-8 stuff. Suddenly. Delete manual text. Nope. No folders in here.
I'm just looking at the file path. Whatever. What else could we search for? Cart. CARTS.
ARTS.
I'm just trying everything I can think of here.
PICO-8 manual. It's got to be hidden, some sort of hidden thing again. I don't understand.
I guess search for how to access Mac hidden folders. I don't know if it's hidden on a Mac or not. I have no idea. Just trying to find a.
Command shift plus period. So maybe go back to users.
Yeah, try it. Just want to make sure you unhide it at. Rehide it afterward. You don't accidentally mess with any of your important system settings.
How the heck did I get to that users thing?
It was under Go.
Oh yeah, that's right. And then go to folder. Should I?
No, do it from right there.
What was it again? Command shift and period. Oh.
Okay, well something was happening. There's a library folder that just showed up, but it's gone again.
It won't like stay.
I don't know.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Application support. I went library application support so far. Come on.
PICO-8. Okay, this is looking promising.
Oh, okay.
Carts.
Fight remix.
Okay, so email that to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you can you can you drag it into your? Does it work that way? I have no idea. Oh, it does. Okay, cool. Nope,
correct.
That's not it. That's not me.
Oh, that's not you. I was like, is that your last name?
ZacharyFruling@gmail.com.
Yeah, that's right.
You probably just haven't emailed anything to me before. Zachary,
No,
FRUHLING
HLING
@gmail.com. There we go.
No typos. Oh, there we go. Yay. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so that should be coming to you. Fight remix.
Okay,
Oh,
let me.
thank you very much. That took some patience there.
Boom, we figured it out. So now we know it's in the hidden folder as well. So
and now I know how to do it next time, much easier.
Okay, so let me get
folders.
that. Let me get that file downloaded.
Yeah.
And put in the right spot on my machine. Okay, so download. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just drag it. Let's see. Let me close PICO-8 here. Open PICO-8. I'm going to drag this file into PICO-8. That should just work, then I can save it. Okay. Okay, this should do the trick.
And we don't need to call it fight remix when you save it. You just save it as regular fight again. Yes. Okay.
All right, we're in business here. It looks like everything's working as expected.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, I did very little. Yeah, we don't have to keep the hair and stuff changing, but I kind of like it. I like having the extra movement.
Okay, so
But my roommates were fans too. They liked it. They were like, "Oh, that's fun."
let's say
Same with
yeah. Hold on here. I need to. Um, where am I? CD fight. Okay, save fight remix. Okay, that should let me close Pico-8 and make sure I can access it. And again, you know, what we want to do, it's there's how to put this. I don't want to say don't do things in Pico-8, but I don't want us to be working at cross purposes. So I want to kind of, you know what I mean.
yeah,
We can't. I don't want to.
yeah,
It's better to do it together, probably.
yeah. That's why I tried not to do much with the
Yeah,
coding.
exactly. There's
Yeah,
it's much riskier to do it that way, and frankly more
yeah.
complicated. You know, but
Felt weird about it, but I was like, well, when I first started, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna save any of this. I'm just playing around. Was
hmm
my thought process going in is I just want to play with it. I'm not gonna save anything. But then it was working well, and I just made like 3 or 4 little changes, and I was like, I'm gonna start drawing planets. Then I got really sucked into. It was really fun just going straight on Pico 8 for the art. That was way more satisfying than doing it on my phone. Yeah, I spend a
and so
lot
does
longer
it
on my
out?
phone than
It doesn't
on this
automatically
one.
randomize the planets, right?
It should. Yeah, everything should be random. It's just the planet. I just restricted how. No, oh, I see what you mean. No, it's you have to put in which planet number still.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been going through and just changing it around to different planets for fun. But no, there's no way to just for me, anyways, without writing in more code, I guess.
So let's do a few things. I think this all looks fine for now. Let's resurrect um,
Piccolo.
Piccolo over here on the next screen. Let's see, we're not using these yet, so that's fine. We can just kind of move
Yeah,
these
I
around.
wasn't sure where to put those, so I just threw them there for now.
That's okay. We can just move these around. We can put them
Yeah.
over here on screen 2. That's fine. Let's just see here. Why is it? Oh, I see. Okay, just get them out of the way for now. We haven't used them yet, so.
Correct. No, don't even know if we need the third one either. Yay!
Probably not actually, unless you want to do like you get a third one, you know, because if you win 2 rounds, you already win, right? So it's best 2 out of 3.
Exactly.
So you probably
Yeah,
won't
it's
use the
best 2
third
out of
one.
3.
So
Yeah.
these we can delete, delete, delete.
Bye.
Okay, so and we don't know how many
I can
sprites we're gonna need. All the complexity is already starting to make me panic. Okay,
Yeah, that's why I was like, let me just focus on the 2 characters, and then we can build out each individual sprite, and then I can get on my own time and do the art really easily, so you don't have to mess with any of that. But I can send you over what Piccolo looks like real quick.
yeah, why don't you? Because we'll have to rebuild it from scratch.
Yeah. But I could also do that on my own if you want at some other point.
No,
Just plug them all in by myself
let's just do
real
it right.
easy.
Let's just do it right now. I want to at least get Piccolo back in there. I like Piccolo.
Oh, I
Piccolo.
love Piccolo. Yeah, he's my favorite.
Funny,
Probably my favorite character.
I pronounce like an
Probably
Italian Piccolo.
Piccolo. It's great. Okay, I just sent you over his base form and transformed form, what he looks like.
Okay, let's see here. All right, which colors did we use? We used the dark purple.
The light green and the dark purple, yeah.
Yeah, it was this light green, right? Okay. So
Yeah, and then his shoes are brown. The shoes are the brown.
and which gray was it? It was this dark gray.
Yeah, for the eyeballs.
What about the other gray? The
That's white
oh,
for
that's
his
white.
cape. Yeah,
I
it's
couldn't
just
remember.
it's transparent on my phone, so it turns out looking more gray. But that's just because it's see through.
Was it that purple?
No, the
Is this one?
one to the right. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay, and then we did use these darker for the punches. We used these darker ones, right?
Yeah, we had those for his hands.
Yeah.
And it gives some separation. Piccolo!
Wait, what did I do wrong here?
Nothing. Oh, wait, actually. Oh, yeah, one more to the
One
right
more to
there
the right.
first.
Yeah, yeah, I see. Okay, there we go. Then we had
That's a
boom,
little bit bigger.
boom. Then we had, this was white.
Yep. White, and then it goes up one from there. And then all the way across his head.
And this is green.
Yep.
And then,
yeah,
purple
just a
up
little
top.
purple across.
Like
Oh,
so.
Piccolo. Yep.
Okay, and then
Piccolo's back.
we had,
Oh, you should move that. Oh, I guess, yeah, just copy that twice.
yep, and then we
Well,
needed,
unless you don't want to do the home screen like that, but yeah, just for form.
what's it I want to do what?
Conformity.
Oh,
The
yeah. Right, so,
player 1 and player 2 were just
right.
outlined how I had done.
Oops. Oh, actually, we want it right there, right?
Yeah, there.
Okay. Yeah, I like I like the idea of what you've done with the sprite for the character selection, but I think I can probably come up with a nicer looking way of doing it that doesn't cover the sprite itself. All right, so we did. Let's make sure I got this right. So we did. It's which punch is which now? We did.
Starts off with the right hand punch, and then it's the left hand punch next. So first is the right hand.
Right. Okay, so yeah. Oops. So this one should be like that.
Yep.
And this one should be like that.
Yep.
All right. At least we haven't lost it.
And the second one, I want to move his cape too, and the one over to the right, the next one over. Yeah, the last one, and then take his cape dot, the back left. Yeah, that one. Move it up one. So erase that and put a white dot in the one above it. Yeah, there.
Like so?
Boom. Yep.
Like that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep. Yay.
All right.
Yeah, I almost did that, but I just, I could tell I was using a lot of sprite space, so I was like, I'm gonna slow my roll. I'm not gonna get ahead of myself here.
So I don't think
I
don't think we're actually going to use these.
Okay,
we'll
cool.
leave them
Yeah,
for
I figured
now.
that
But...
even if we deleted them, they'd be pretty easy to delete out of there and then scoot everyone to the left. Just have no gaps there. Yeah, and I figured we only would keep like 4 planets in the end.
Why don't we make screen 2 our planet screen, or planet batch here? Because what I want to do is carve out some room to create different color. If you like these, I really like these different color fireballs.
Oh, I love them. Yeah.
I want to create different color explosions to go with them.
That's a great idea.
Right. So we need to create some room for that so we can do all of this mathematically. So I know this is tedious and not what we plan to do today, but at least let's get some organization going and move forward with it.
Yeah.
Sound like a plan?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
All right. So okay. Which planets? I like them all.
Oh, actually. Yeah, you could. I just noticed you could copy all 4 of those at the same time.
Yeah, let's do that.
2 copies. You could just copy twice and move all of them.
That works. Okay.
Nice. Yeah,
And then we
that's
need the
super
second
easy.
batch.
Yep. Boom. And then you can just delete all of those. Cool.
Oh no, we can't because we have to change the sprite number now for the planet.
Oh
So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
okay. We
There
can do
just won't
that.
be a planet populated yet,
Yep, that's
but that's
okay.
fine.
We'll do that as soon as we're done with this. Let's do it right now, actually.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I did see a number to replace it with.
yep. So which planet do you want to be as our default one for now?
Let's do the exploding one, the
This
red
one.
one that's
This one.
exploding.
This one here.
Yep, 133.
Okay. So I got to figure out where the hell we did this. Okay.
Down
Planet.
more. Down, 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 down.
You know more than I do.
It's
You've been looking at.
past. Yeah, past. Yeah, I've had to do this a lot now. It's in this next section. The bottom of this next section. Yeah. Yep, right there. Instead of 203, it'll be 133 up at the top.
Oh, right there.
Left.
Yep.
Yep. X, Y.
133.
Yep. Yep. Nice. Yay.
All right, still working. Life is good.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun once I realized how easy it was to just switch out the background real fast.
Now
Showing off.
these are going away, right?
I think so. Yeah, they were. Unless you think that Dragon Ball looks better than the other 4-star over here.
You tell me.
I think I like this other one better.
This one
yeah,
here?
I think we can delete that one. Yeah, I think we can delete that one.
The one I'm sorry, delete the one on the right or delete the one that's in the batch with on the left here.
The one on the right.
Delete the one on the right.
Yeah, I think keep the one on those in the batch there. I think
Okay.
that looks more like a real Dragon Ball. Yeah, I think I messed that one up.
Okay. And how about these
And
two?
then I'm
So we
not
have two
attached-
similar planets here.
Yeah, I think I'm not attached to the one on the right there.
I like the one on the left better.
Yeah, with like more clouds looking like.
Yeah, I agree. Look, actually, I think you're great at pixel art. I mean, this is so much better than I would come up with. You know.
Thanks. I was having a lot of fun. I went for you had said we should do an alien planet like yellow and purple or something really.
Yeah, well,
weird,
you want contrasting colors. I remember. You'll appreciate this as a musician. I remember my grandmother was a musician and an artist, and the fundamental thing I remember her saying is contrast is the first rule of art. You have to have contrast.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, the more crazy different colors and the different, the more different the planets can look, the better.
I really like these.
I like the way that they've all turned out quite a bit. Yeah, I think they all look really fun.
So now,
like,
let's look at this list of sprites. We're not going to need this little planet, right?
Yeah, I don't think we need that. Or the very first star there. That's from the first screen.
This one here?
Yeah, that's not a real thing, I don't think.
No, because we did the stars with
yeah, those other three are the ones programmed as our actual stars. This was the very first sprite we built, and I don't remember why or what we did with it, but
let's just make sure everything still works. Yep, like looks good. Every time I make a change, I'm like, did I break anything?
That's what I was doing too. Yeah, it was very cautious.
So, what are these over here on the right? Are these just experiments? I like them.
Those
whatever
are
they
just
are.
Different ideas for the explosion that I liked. I didn't want to delete.
Let's keep them there then for now.
I kind of wanted to just play around with once we got the Kai Blast working. I just wanted us to have things like already programmed that we could try and see what they looked like and see what we thought. So I just figured that a lot of this.
What about these fireballs?
Those are just the other style of Kai Blast.
Honestly, I like these. I like these better. I think honestly.
Yeah, I wanted to see them in flight and see what they looked like. And I figured that if we didn't like them, they're really easy to just delete.
Well, let's save them for now, but let's just get them out of the way. We haven't incorporated them yet.
Correct.
Okay, and we haven't used it.
I don't think we'll keep those ones, but
I don't like the X's. I don't know. I like these explosions better.
I'm definitely liking those bottom explosions quite a bit.
I think the X was a good.
It could be worth to see it.
I don't know. I think either these stars or this little, particle.
I'm definitely thinking those look pretty dope.
Compared to the X, these look so much better.
Yeah, those ones are really cool.
So I suggest we delete the X.
Okay, if you're
let's do it.
Easy enough to recreate if we decide we want to try to go back to that.
And so what I want to do is get these out of the way for now. I don't want to delete them because I like them.
Yeah, I really like those.
But what I do want to do is start to organize these in a way that where we could easily treat the different variants of the same color mathematically. So what I want to do is do something like this. Let's start here. We just need to pick a place that we're going to live with, and I think if we do it here, we can carve out enough room because we're not going to need more than 4 or 5 sprites per Kai Blast, right?
Yeah.
So let's just totally arbitrarily. Let's go from. Actually, you know what we could do? No, it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. Okay. Boom, boom. I really like these. I like the colors
Same.
too. You did a good job with the colors. I think
Thanks.
you're a much better artist than I am.
I really like art.
So I think let's say let's give ourselves 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. So let's do even if we don't use them yet. Let's give ourselves 6 per color for now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's start these there.
Nice.
Delete that. Delete that. Boom.
So cool.
Boom. 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 That way we can add explosions for each color here and here.
Yes, I love that. That's such a good idea.
Yeah, and that way we can. That
You
way
could probably move those 3 from those 3 there over by the yellow.
Actually, I can probably just get them. Let's just get them out of the way
Oh
for
yeah,
now.
yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, put them way over there.
Yep.
You could put those other 2 Kai Blast under the black ones for now, and then I think those ones will probably get deleted, or they'll all get switched to those.
That's right. Yeah, most of this is probably going to be deleted, but I'm just going to get them out of the way for now.
Cool.
Boom, 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 boom. All right, now we got room to play for the different explosions, and once we make a decision on this, we're gonna have to live with it for a while because we go okay, if we go to create the flashing of the Kai Blast while it's moving, we're gonna alternate between these 2 sprites, and then we say when a explosion hits, then jump over to these sprites and do something. We don't know what it is yet, right? And same thing, but we want to be able to say if you're Frieza, use these ones, and if you're Piccolo, and if you're one of the other ones, use this one, right? So this way, it's all we just want to keep it in parallel for now.
Yeah, I like this. I was thinking of that already, but I just wasn't exactly sure where to go. I was like, I'll just do all that part together. I kept it as clean and organized, and yeah, those ones are actually paired, so I didn't touch them.
Right, and these are in the code, so we can't touch those right now, but maybe we'll move them and redo the numbers at some point.
Move them, you got to change the code a little.
All right, so before let me hit the be right back button here. Let me go to Trello. This is our little project management system here.
Yes, I'm so excited to do these Kai Blasts.
Okay, so I think we're done messing with the 1 pixel stars for now, right? You're happy with it. I'm happy with it. Looks good.
Yes.
All right, let's just move that to done for now. All right, and
Yeah,
we've created some Kai Blast projectile sprites.
Yep.
We're done with that for now.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted us to be ready to where we could just start plugging and playing Kai Blasts.
Right.
Then already have some art to go along
and
with
this is more complicated than I know off the top of my I don't know off the top of my head all the things we're gonna have to think about to make Kai Blast happen. So
yeah.
But we didn't know. Look how far we've gotten. We're doing okay.
We're doing great. Yeah, I'm super excited for this part.
All right, so we had this we had this punch loop. Remember, we were alternating between the 2. How did we deal? I just want to remind myself how I dealt with punching here. because we're going to do something similar to that for the Kai Blast, alternating between the two.
Yeah.
How did we deal with
Images.
Gotta scroll down until I find the.
Yeah.
Fight logic was okay. Detect player punches. Ugh, how did I ever come up with this?
One
Sometimes,
word at a time.
well, yeah, it's the thing you step away for a few days. You go, what the fuck did I do? Right?
Yeah. How the hell did I end up creating this?
Okay, punch loop. Yeah, okay.
There it is.
So if punching is happening, then if punch loop is 0, okay, let me remind myself how this works here. If punch loop is 0, then change the sprite, add 1 to the loop. And if that doesn't happen, then else if punch loop is 1, then add 1 to the sprite, add 1 to the punch loop. And if punch loop is 2, subtract 2 from the sprites, go back to the original sprite. Punch loop is 0, and then we're not punching anymore, right? Punching equals false.
Yep.
So we need to do something similar to this.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go up to the top. This will be
Attacks, like
variables.
attacks.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Initial attack, or yeah, attack variables.
Sure, that works. Love it. Okay.
Here we go.
So I know I'm being super heavy-handed with the comments, but
Do it. No, that I was incredibly grateful for all the comments.
Yeah,
They
I mean, it's easy to forget comments, but adding comments is always worth it.
It makes it so much easier. Yeah, it's like I pretty much know it from just the code without the comments, but having the comments, I was like, okay, I definitely didn't feel like I was breaking anything. I was like, I feel like I'm in control.
So P0 Kai Blast, right, equals 0 or false to start. They're not Kai blasting to start. P1 Kai Blast equals false. Okay, now here's where we have P0 Kai Blast loop equals 0. I think we're going to do the same, something very, very similar.
Yeah.
So let's just start with this and see what we come up with.
Yeah. I like it.
And so, you can see why games take a long time to make. You gotta start thinking through what we're going to do here. Okay, detect player punches. Okay. And there's the punch loop. Okay, so I think what we want to do, we're going to do right here, we're going to do detect player Kai Blast. And then down here, we're going to have the Kai Blast loop.
Yeah.
Right? Very parallel to what we have here. Detect player punches, and then we have P0 punch loop and a P1 punch loop. Okay.
Yeah.
P1 or P0 Kai Blast loop. And then we're going to have the P1 Kai Blast loop. Right?
Yep.
I think that's plausible. That's a starting point.
I'm so excited.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is such a big move. I feel like this is such a big part for our game.
Yeah, that's why I want to go really slow to make sure I don't fuck this up, right? So I know
I'm here for it.
I always worry I'm going to bore you to tears as I'm thinking through things because I'm a slow methodical thinker. I think it through, and then I tend to crank it out pretty well. But I gotta wrap my head around it.
Yeah, I get that from my dad too,
Mm-hmm.
so it's in my blood.
Well, how did we
I think
do?
if you were moving too fast, I would be much less interested in this project. I would have a lot less trust. I think you taking your time and going slow makes me feel a lot more confident, actually.
So I want to look at the manual real quick. So we're you want to. So we used for punching. We did button 4 for Kai Blast. Is that going to be button 5?
Correct.
Right. Okay. I love it.
Yeah, I can't
So I'm
wait.
kind of just copying my own work here. Okay. If button.
5-0
Mm-hmm.
and high blast equals true.
Right.
0 high blast.
Let's make sure I don't forget an end statement here.
Nice.
Um, okay, so now is where we're gonna have to do something different because we don't care about whether the players are next to each other. We care about where the Kai Blast is in relation to the other player. So we basically want to generate a Kai Blast, get it moving, and then we want to look for collisions.
Yeah. It just needed to launch off and go in the direction the character's facing right now. It just needed to go straight in in the direction the character's facing.
Right.
And we could probably work on that and just get an actual projectile to go with the sprite, even if it doesn't hit the other opponent for
Mm-hmm.
now. That would be a good first step to have a Kai Blast actually firing with the sprite connected, and then add in a collision. Yeah, because it should just be you press the button and it sends out that sprite and it just goes in a straight direction on that uh
Right.
in that
Okay.
yeah, it does in that
So yeah, so
whiteboard that
let's
goes
get that working. Let's generate the sprite.
okay, cool.
Um, this is going to be a little tricky because we need to think about a couple things. We need to think about which direction it needs to go. So we need to figure out, if the player is facing
Direction
left,
the
then it needs to go left. If the player is facing right, it needs to go right.
yeah.
And again, I got to think through all these details. So you want the Kai Blast sprite, like say your player is facing right and you hit the Kai Blast button. You want the first spawn of the Kai Blast sprite to be on the grid location immediately to the right of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happens if you're against the wall?
And you're facing the wall,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't even be able to see that Kai Blast. It would technically do a send off a Kai Blast, so your sprite would go to the Kai Blast sprite, but then as soon as it populated the Kai Blast off the screen, it would get a message, that to not do it anymore, to not continue making the Kai Blast because it's off the screen.
But it wouldn't be visible at all.
Yeah, we wouldn't see the Kai Blast, but your character would still perform the Kai Blast, I think. So
Yeah,
your
so
sprite
but
would go through the Kai
I
Blast
think it
sprite,
I
but
think
you would never
if we
see it.
can't see it and it can't do anything, then it doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
We basically
Well,
just need
it
to
won't.
we need to say something like this. If P0, okay, I gotta find my variables here. What are the flip variables? Player 0 flip X. Okay. Wait, I already forgot. My memory sucks. Player 0 flip
Zero
X. Okay.
X. Flip X.
So player 0 flip x is false, right? In other words, if it's facing to the right, right?
Yeah, because it starts off false with player 0.
Okay, and basically, if the grid, so we have grid positions, what, 0 through 15? Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
15 is the max, right? 0 through 15.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Me too. We'll test it here in a minute. I think we'll actually get this working somewhat quickly. Where am I? There we go. Okay, and P0 grid X, or is it player 0? I suck. I need to make like a cheat sheet for myself here.
Yeah.
Or
That's what I
print
was
this
just
out or
starting to
something.
think. Oh, can
Player,
you do that?
I don't know.
That would,
And
because these top things stay the same.
player 0 grid X. Okay. So if it's basically if it's less than 15, because if it's equal to 15, nothing's going to happen. You might hit the button, but nothing's going to happen.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
no Kai Blast will form, but
But
theoretically your sprite would still be like, it would look like you're shooting a Kai
oh,
Blast from your sprite,
so
but
do we have
no Kai Blast.
Do we have sprites that look like they're Kai blasting already?
Yeah.
Which
It's going to be
ones?
the same as the second punch. Yeah, like I think it's a left-handed punch. Yeah, as the Kai Blast.
Gotcha. Okay, so in that case, this isn't going to work.
Maybe 16?
Actually, no. I think what we can do. Okay, is right now.
Because you don't actually need an actual blast to formulate, but if the sprite could still change, that would be cool. If the
I guess
sprite
that's my
changed
question. You
anytime
want the
you hit the
sprite to change
button,
still?
yeah, the player sprite,
Okay.
if that could still change no matter what, if you hit the button, then he goes to the
Okay.
Kai Blast stance, would be ideal.
Okay.
Yeah, if that makes sense.
So this is interesting because we actually need to draw something different to the screen,
Yeah.
unlike punching where we don't.
Yeah, it's a brand new territory, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can figure this out, then I know we can do a super attack too.
Well, basically, what we wanted, we definitely want the sprite to be facing the right direction, right? So,
Or at least no matter which way it faces, as long as the Kai Blast comes out in that direction.
so we need to be able to. We need some variables that control the direction of the sprites, just like we have player 1 flip X. We need basically
Yeah.
player 0 Kai Blast flip X.
Like that. Yeah. Yeah, we will need those. You could probably just do them right there under the player 0 flip X, player 0
No,
Kai Blast
let's
flip.
do it here under, these are attack variables, so let's
Oh,
do
under
this.
the attack
Yeah.
variables. Yeah, you're right.
So player 0 Kai Blast flip X
X.
equals um It doesn't really matter. They just need some. They need some values. So they're going to start out as false, but it doesn't really matter because the moment something happens, we're going to figure out whether they should be true or false. So there's nothing on the screen,
Okay,
so they're false, but there's nothing on the screen right now, so it doesn't matter.
okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so if player 0 flip x is false, then P0 chi blast flip x equals false, right? Because they're facing to the right as well in our sprites.
Yeah. The facing right, yeah.
Right. So if we're facing right, we want these sprites not to be flipped, which is false.
Correct.
Okay. And
Does it need 2 equals for the Chi Blast flip X?
no, because we're setting it to false, not checking whether it's false.
Ah, okay.
This is a
Thank you.
test. This is a variable assignment.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The more times I hear it, the better it's clicking. Yeah, that makes more sense now.
Sure, let's just do this. It's only going to be one or the other, so I could use else if, but I think this will work just as well. If player 0 flip x equals true, then
Nice. Simple.
P0 chi blast flip x equals true. Just want them to always to be facing the right direction.
Facing the same.
Okay, now we need to spawn one, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if that button's pushed, then bring forth sprite, whatever his sprite number is.
So I think what we need to do is probably have a function that, how to put this? I'm just thinking it through. We need to spawn the sprite. It needs to move, and then Let me think. Let me think. I think we need to define a function that controls a Chi Blast. I feel like I'm reinventing the wheel here, but you know, someone probably knows the answer to this off the top of their head, but I don't. So,
Yeah, that makes it fun.
yeah, it does
How you find
actually. It is more fun to solve the problem. I could look it up, but it's more fun just to kind of think it through and make it work, right?
Yeah,
Even
figure
if it's
out
not
your
the
own way.
yeah, exactly. Even if it's not the best way, it's like we can make it work.
It's a way, yeah. And it might be the best for our case too, for all we know. Or best in some case.
Okay, so we basically change Chi Blast to true. And so we need a function that says if Chi Blast is true, draw me a Chi Blast. Right?
Yeah. Then pull
So
one in.
let's try. Gotta figure out where to put it here. Draw gauge. Let's put it under draw gauges. So function draw,
Chi Blast.
and we want two of them. Draw P0 Chi Blast and P1 Chi Blast, right?
Yeah.
So now we want to say if P0 Chi Blast equals true. Did I get that variable right? Is P0 Chi Blast?
I think so. Yeah.
Oops. Ah, there it is. P0 Chi Blast, yeah. So most of my time scrolling.
Yeah.
Then we want to show a sprite, right?
Yes. Then pull.
Yeah, but we have to basically we have to draw it where it should be drawn initially, and then every frame it has to move.
Draw it minus or plus one from P0 from player 0 X and equal to their Y, and then just have it move in whatever direction they're facing.
Right. But we need variables for all of that.
Yeah. That was the clunkiest way I could say it. Just trying to say get it said.
All right. So I know, man, just variables, but that's programming.
Yeah.
Okay. So P0 Chi Blast X equals
Do P0. I don't know if it would be
Well,
plus
yeah,
minus.
right now it doesn't matter. We just need to give them some values.
Oh, okay. I see.
P0 Chi Blast P1 Chi Blast X equals 0. P1 Chi Blast Y equals 0. And these are the grid values, right? Because you wanted to move
Yes.
in grid spaces, not pixels, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It'll be much easier to detect collisions if we do that.
Yeah, this is grid space. They're going to fly around on the grid.
So we want to call that grid X.
Yeah. Yes.
And somewhere update grid. Where's that update grid function? I mean, we could do this every turn as well. Basically, I think we should actually, because we don't need to create a separate function. Basically, we're taking whatever the grid values are and translating them into real coordinates, and it doesn't matter whether we're doing that for players or Chi blasts or whatever. I think we can build that in right here.
Nice.
And so, do we have initial values for player one? Hold on here. Player 0, grid X. Okay. Okay, so this, yeah. So player 0 chi blast X equals. Here, basically, we want to do the same thing now. Whatever the grid position is, we want to translate it into real pixels, right?
I think so. I guess I'm not as familiar with this part.
This is what takes the grid value, which is 0 through 15 or 0 through 8 or whatever it is, and translates into the real pixels.
Mm.
I think this is going to work just fine. It's basically going to function exactly like, because right now we've got a grid, and we've got this function here, update grid, that says take the grid values 0 through 15 or 0 through 8 or whatever the grid values are, and then translate those into actual pixels on the screen out of 128. That's what's going on here. And I think we can do the we can just do that every single frame, and it'll work fine. I think.
It'll only matter on the frames where there's actually a Kai blast.
Right, exactly. And it's just,
blast until they fly off the screen.
and it's run so smoothly, I'm not worried about performance. So oops, oh, it's just this part. Player 1. Actually, we called it P0 Kai Blast, didn't we? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Just need to be careful what I'm doing here. P0 Kai Blast Grid X and P0 Kai Blast Grid Y. P1 Kai Blast Grid X. I wish I'd been consistent about player 1 versus P1, Oh well. No big deal. Not a giant deal.
Yeah. That's something I'd be willing to go through and do if you're interested at some point when I'm just sitting here bored. I could just go through and erase them all down to P1 and P0 only.
Maybe eventually. That's like, if we start to run out of room, we'll worry about it.
Fair. But it would also help with just uniformity. Well, I used to do that kind of stuff a lot in the Marine Corps. It was just like updating spreadsheets and uniformity and formatting mostly. I was just paying attention to uniformity and formatting.
Right.
So, yeah, just for simplicity's sake. Not that it's anything, I don't feel like it's pressing at all, but I would be willing to do it, even though I know it's time consuming. But just so you know, like, I would definitely have good attention to detail. It wouldn't mess anything up from it. At least I really don't think I would.
So we were working on a function to draw the P0 chi blast. Okay, so if the chi blast is true, then we want to draw a sprite, right?
Yes.
And the first thing we do, um, we need to spawn a. Well, let's see, because we don't want it to. We don't want it to spawn a new sprite every time that the chi blast is true. But only when you hit the button,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we wanted to just whenever you hit the button, it should formulate one sprite or one Kai blast, and that Kai blast should fly across the screen for each time the button is pushed, as long as there's Kai in your Kai gauge.
And only one
And then
chi blast can be on the screen at a time.
no, as many as it'll formulate, really. As long as you have Kai blast in your bar and you can push the button that quick. Which we could probably put some sort of limiter so it's not like you hold the button and it
Well,
sends
yeah,
out
but
30%.
but think about all the problems that need to be solved to accomplish that. We have to not just spawn one, but if all of a sudden you spawn another one, now we need variables to distinguish the first one from the second one. If we spawn a third one, you need variables to distinguish the third one from the first two. In terms of their positions on the screen and whatnot.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Let me go. Before I want to look at this cheat sheet
I
here.
feel like 3 to 5 would be fine. Just make variables for 3 maybe to start with, and if that doesn't feel like enough being able to have 3 on the screen, then or maybe 5 if it feels like not enough or too many. Just start with 3 or just do 1 for now, get 1 working would be great, and then triple the process or quintuple it or whatever we end up doing.
So I don't think this language has. It's not an object-oriented language. So ordinarily, like if this was in JavaScript or a similar language, you would spawn an object, and then the object has properties, and then you could spawn another object, and so on and so forth. But I don't think this is an object-oriented language, so I don't think there's a way to, unless I'm just missing something here, like I don't see anything resembling objects. And I think I saw that this isn't an object-oriented language, so I don't know how to do that. Let's see. Let's just get one working.
Yeah, if we can get 1 going, that would be
Okay.
that would get us on the right track at the very least. Get 1 operating and see how it operates.
So basically, we want to say if a button is pressed, and we want to make sure we can't do it more than once. Well, so we can only have one chi blast on a screen at once, right? For now.
No, if we can not limit it specifically, just like if it just so happens to every time if the button's pressed, formulate a Kai blast and just work on its own, that would be great. So if we don't have to put any sort of limiter, just put that if the button is pressed, then a Kai blast is formed and it goes straight, and maybe it'll just keep formulating them every time you press the button without having to define it or
Yeah,
limit it.
but if I'm going to draw it on the screen, I have to have variables for it to track its position. So what happens if I hit it 20 times in a row?
Can we try it? Let's just see what
Well,
happens.
no, because we don't have any variables for it yet. I mean.
Well, yeah, just define it for 1 and then try it and see what happens if we press the button twice. If it tries to make another Kai blast, or if it erases that first one and brings it back and just like keeps resetting the same one, or
All right.
yeah,
Well, sure. Sure.
Yeah, I think try it without limiting first and just see what happens if we can. But I mean, if we have to that's the only way to write it, then I'm okay with that. I'm just thinking out loud.
Hmm.
Yeah, if there's a way to write just like to pull one up and yeah, I
Right.
guess. Yeah, I'm hoping that since it's already defined for one, if you just press the button again, it'll just create another one, but with the same kind of definition guiding how it's created and how it performs without erasing or affecting the first one, while it just hopefully flies off the screen because it'll probably only take like a second and that Kai Blast will be gone. With just how fast everything's flying around in the game so far, I imagine they're gonna move pretty quick.
Right. Exactly.
So
So
it'll be 1 or 2
one might be
seconds of
adequate,
screen
right?
time.
So
Yeah, exactly. And it'll just fly off the screen real quick. Pew, 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 pew.
just get it working for one player now. Probably should make a function for drawing these player sprites as well. I might clean that up a little bit. So what I want in the draw function here is literally just functions. Boom, 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 boom. So the draw loop is really easy to understand, and just top load all the game logic. So I might clean this up a little bit. Not right now. So make sure I get the name of that right. Draw gauges. Dot draw P0 Kai Blast. Okay. Line 249. What did I mess up? And line 250. What did I do wrong? Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Oh no. Nope, nope, nope. Oh yeah, it has to be. Right, so okay, just see if we got the reasoning right here. So if player 0 Kai Blast is true, then display a sprite number 196 at player 0 Kai Blast X, comma player 0 Kai Blast Y, 1 comma 1 means don't scale it, and P0 Kai Blast Flip X is the true or false, flipping it or not flipping it. Why isn't it working? What did I do wrong here? Attempt to call a string value. Unclosed function at line 250. Function update. What? I didn't touch any of that. Let's check everything else new we added here. If then. Okay, we have an if. Oh.
Nice.
All right, so I need to look at my buttons now. And
Yeah.
in theory, we should get a Kai Blast on the screen that doesn't do anything in the top left part of the grid. So player 0, which is player 1. So what is button 5? Either button X or button A. Let's try it. Button X. Hey! Woo!
Oh, nice.
All right. Now it doesn't do
Good
it.
job.
It didn't seem to flip correctly.
Oh, but it's there.
Actually, maybe it did. Hold on
yeah,
here. Run.
Part of it.
If I'm facing to the left, does it show up? No. Okay. So something's not right. But that's okay. Got it on the screen.
That's player 1, I thought. Isn't player 0 on the left?
Yeah, maybe we got it backwards. I don't know.
If you turn Goku to the left.
No, actually, I think player. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, now do it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So the flip
Yeah.
part's working.
Okay, well, cool. Whew. Stressful.
Good job.
Okay.
That was huge. Do you think next you should get it moving or get it
Yes.
going
Yeah.
from his hands? Get it to his hands. Get it moving next? Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get it coming from his hands.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, so when the button is pressed, we need to set the positions of the Kai Blast. Right?
Yeah.
That happens immediately when the button is pressed. We need to update the positions.
Directly in front of player 1 or player 0.
Okay, and it's going to happen here, right? If it's false, then we're gonna spawn it to the right. If it's true, we're gonna spawn it to the left. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because false.
So
Yeah,
P0
the right.
Kai Blast grid X equals P0. Bloody hell, I can't remember my own fucking variable. I need to like print this out and make a list of variables, you know?
Yeah. Take a picture with your phone at the top and
Yeah.
have it just pulled up on your phone next to
It
you.
was player 0 grid X, right?
I think so.
Player 0 grid X. Okay, so this is if it's false, we're facing to the right. And so we want
Yeah.
the chi blast grid value to be
3-1 to the right.
+1, right?
Yeah. I think so.
+1. I think,
Yeah.
right?
And then the Y value should be the same.
Yes. Yes. Good call. P0.
Yeah, and it stays the same. The Y value won't change from here. Once the Chi Blast is formed, it stays in that same Y coordinate. It just flies straight across.
Grid Y. Okay. That sounds right, right?
Yeah.
Now let's do the same thing down here. And if this doesn't work, we'll fix it. Equals player 0 grid X -1.
Yeah.
And P0 chi blast grid Y equals player 0 grid Y.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, big test, big test.
Big test. Oh, yes.
Interesting. When it first spawned, notice it spawned on the top left really quickly. So I need to
Yeah.
fix that.
What happens if you move somewhere else and then do it again? Oh, it moved it over there.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so it's forming one, so we'll have to set how many that you can form.
Well, yeah, one thing at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Now we get the one moving. Or duplicate it for player 1.
Let me run that again. Let's see exactly what's happening here. Yeah, it's weird because it spawns it on the top left before. Why is it doing that? Because we set the initial values to 0, 0. That's why it's showing up there. But why is it happening before we ever press the button? Or when we press the button?
Yeah, why is it starting there and then going down to its spot? Can you assign it instead of being 0, 0 to be kind of mirror what it is?
It's probably fine. There's probably just something out of order here. So if the Chi Blast is true, then okay, I think I see what's happening here. Where are we looking for Chi Blasts here? So it sets it to true before it updates the values. Actually, I think this just needs to go down here. Oops, not that. I think if we just put this down here instead of up top, that will probably solve that problem.
Nice.
I think. All right, so we're moving around and we hit the button. Oh, no, still did it.
Oh, still did it.
Second here, just got a Uber reserve request I'm going to accept real quick. Or try to accept all these reserve requests. Accept.
Is there a way to scale down the art, or does it only scale up?
No, it only scales up. So why? So let's think here. When we hit the button, it sets the values and changes Chi Blast to true. And okay, draw the. Where's the function that draws the Chi Blast? Thinking non-linearly is part of the challenge of these modern programming languages. Because it doesn't really matter where the function is. It's just, you know, it's a separate chunk, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have an idea. Let's what's that function? We need to run the update grid function before we draw anything. That's what the problem is, I'm sure. Run the update grid function. So let's see. There's no harm in rerunning the update grid function. All it does is update our values. It's harmless. We can do it whenever we want. So when are we missing the update grid function? I think it's happening. I think it's when we're actually detecting the Chi Blast. I think if we run it right here, and we'll solve the problem, I think. Oh no! Oh wait, wrong button. There we go. Problem solved.
Yeah. Nice.
We just didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Whew. All right, getting there.
Yeah, man.
Whew.
Fast.
This is stressful, man.
Oh no, you're cooking.
It does not feel like I'm cooking. It feels like I'm a programming
It looks
snail,
like
you know.
No, look at that Kai Blast already on the screen.
So let's
Next to the character. That was quick.
let's just play a little bit and just see how things are working here. And right now it's going to spawn it on top of this player or behind the player. I don't know which. On top of the player. Okay, that's fine.
No.
And
Cool,
if we're at the edge of the
saves it.
screen,
Cool.
yeah, it doesn't change the player sprite yet. So,
No.
but it look, you know, hey, so far so good. It's showing up kind of where you want it to, and not bad. Not great, not bad.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay, now we need the Chi Blast. We need the Chi Blast to loop, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if P0 Chi Blast is true, oop, 2 equals, then if P0 Chi Blast loop, is that what we call it?
Yep.
Yeah. Equals 0, then, so we first want to increment that, P0 Chi Blast loop plus equals 1. And we want to move the position, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is
To the
this is
grid
going to get a little
right.
complicated. So we basically,
We could just go grid X1 to the right.
yeah, but we need to make sure only if it's facing to the right.
Yeah.
So if P0 Chi Blast is true and P0 Chi Blast flip X equals false to the right, right?
Yeah. Because yeah.
Actually,
That's
no. Hold on.
making
I think I have a more elegant way of doing this. If P0 Chi Blast flip X equals false, then I'll have to keep track of our end statements here in a second. Then we want P0 Chi Blast grid X plus equal 1. This is where we've got to be careful because it will run off the screen indefinitely unless we put some a limiter on it to. So, okay, if it's facing to the right and P0 Chi Blast grid X is less than 15. Okay, so I know I'm being super pedantic here. So if the player 0 1 Chi Blast is true, means if there's a player 0 Chi Blast on the screen, then start this loop. If the loop is 0, we're going to add 1 to the loop. And if it's facing to the right, and if the position is less than the grid position is less than 15, then we want to move the Chi Blast by 1.
Yeah.
Right?
To the right. Yep. +1. Yep.
So let's see here. This end goes with that. This end goes with that. And so we need an end here, right? Actually. All right, moment of truth here.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, well, we didn't actually call this function. Wait. What's happening here? Why isn't this working? Oh, we didn't do the rest of it. Okay, we're just getting started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's no, we didn't finish the rest of it here. Okay, we have this. Oh, actually, we wanted to change the sprite too, right?
Yeah, it was like we didn't even put in the other sprite yet.
Yeah,
I
we didn't
just
do anything
noticed
yet. Okay.
we didn't tell what other sprite to change it to.
Yep. Let me just think here. I think look at this loop we did for punching.
Yeah.
Change the sprite, increment the loop. So we at least need to change the sprite and increment the loop, which we didn't do. That's why nothing's happened. Okay.
Just needs to go sprite +1. Do you need to create a variable for that?
No, I'm just keeping track of where I need to do it here.
The second one, I think. So that it starts off with the original sprite for the first one, and then it changes to the second sprite on the second one.
Yeah.
Or do you have to call forward the first sprite too?
Oh, we have variables for P0. Okay. We don't have variables for the sprite number. That's what we're missing. P0 Chi Blast Sprite equals 196. P0 or P1 Chi Blast Sprite equals who are our characters?
Let's do either the purple, red, or black for Frieza. Red sounds cool.
For wait, which one is being? Hold on here, I forget.
Frieza. Yeah.
Right. So you want? I think with that one, probably the purple looks good. Wait, what do you think?
Oh yeah, purple does look cool with him. He normally has red. He's like super evil. But yeah, we can do purple.
Well,
I
it's up
made
to
all
you.
these fun colors.
You want red or
It'll
purple?
be various
Your call, man.
Let's do purple.
All right, 202.
It'll be aesthetically pleasing.
And P0 is not Frieza. P0 is the Goku.
Oh, that
right?
was P0. I thought that was P1. Yeah. Yeah. P0 is
Goku's the one we've been working with, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this works.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now I think we're well on our way to figuring this out. Somehow.
Oh yeah. It looks like it's going smooth.
I'm glad you think so. I feel like it's like hanging together by a thread right now, but you know.
That's so funny. Oh, looks good. Getting pieced together. But yeah, I feel like it's getting really close.
Okay. So we only we're not rotating between three. We don't. We're only going between these two sprites, right? Boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. So we don't need. We
Yeah.
don't. We only need loop 0 and loop 1, right? We don't need loop 1, 0, 1, and 2 like we did in the.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just 2 sprites this time, but we wanted to go back and forth between the 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what happened here? What did I do? Why did I do this twice? What was I thinking? That. That. Okay. I'm missing an end here, I think. Sorry, I know I'm being really quiet. I'm just trying to think through this.
Think away.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier just to think internally than vocalize. And more helpful for the viewers to vocalize, but that's quite all right. Just
Process.
something to get closed right here. Okay.
I think that first one doesn't have an end to it.
It should way down here.
Oh, I see. The
So,
if chi blast loop equals 0 line.
which one,
Oh,
sorry?
I see. No, I see. I see.
So we've
Never
got
mind.
an if and an end. And we have an if, and that ends
Yeah.
here. We have an if and an end. Else if has an end, and this if has an end. So the ends are all adding up here. What's going on? Why doesn't it like this? What you call a string value. Okay. P0 chi blast. Let's check my variables here.
Mhm.
So much. And it's player 0. That's okay. Why? I don't see a problem. Yet there is one. So it's me that's the problem. Okay, let's see here. P0 chi blast. P0 chi blast loop. Which we start out with 0. Okay, so that's fine. P0 chi blast loop. Add 1. Add 1 to the sprite. There it is.
Oh, what the?
That's right. There was a problem.
There was.
I gotta check these one at a time. P0 chi blast. P0 chi blast loop. P0 chi blast loop. P0 chi blast sprite. P0 chi blast flip X. That looks right.
Yeah.
That's what we called it, right?
Oh, blast. That one didn't have a T.
Oh,
There was
really?
a blast there. T. Yeah. The
So,
next one down. I'm pretty sure. Wait, where were we?
oh, yep. Typos.
wonder if there's another one in there.
Yeah, there might be. I mean, who knows? I copied and pasted, right? So. It's in the loop here. It's going to be the problem. Okay. P0 Chi Blast, P0 Chi Blast loop, P0 Chi Blast loop, P0 Chi Blast sprite, P0 Chi Blast flip X, P0 Chi Blast grid X. That looks okay. P0 Chi Blast loop, P0 Chi Blast loop, P0 Chi Blast sprite. If P0 Chi Blast flip X and P0 Chi Blast grid X, that looks okay. P0 Chi Blast grid X. Okay, I don't see the problem now. Line 408. Yeah, same problem. So there's a problem in this loop. That's the only thing we were messed with. So.
Mm.
I'm gonna go and look at that punching loop one more time. I'm going to come up with another function that detects a collision and changes it to, despawn the Chi Blast, essentially. But
Yeah.
we don't need to worry about that yet. So why isn't this working? If P0 Chi Blast equals true, then we have an if statement. That if statement ends here. I could be a little more careful about this. Make it easy to tell what goes with what. Okay. P0 Chi Blast is true, then if P0 Chi Blast loop equals 0, which it is, then P0 Chi Blast loop okay, plus equals 1, okay. P0 Chi Blast sprite at 1. If P0 Chi Blast flip X, let's make sure that's the right variable. P0 Chi Blast flip X. Okay, that looks right. We've got a then there. We've got thens with all our if-then statements.
Mm. Both of these are the grid X plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
For
Yeah,
both sides of the
because
loop.
all this is doing is alternating between the two sprites.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Only if it's facing right right now.
Yeah, it's still launching to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So why are we hanging up here?
Why does the loop get a -1? I'm just trying to understand it all.
Yeah, because we're basically going to alternate between we want to alternate between 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1.
Okay, yeah.
Which are the two? We're going to basically between the two sprites.
Okay, until it goes off the screen, until it gets to
Right.
15.
Exactly. Make sure I got the syntax right here. It's else if, and yeah, else if. Okay, yeah. Sure looks okay. I'm just looking at what we did for punching. It's going to be a little different because we don't want to. With punching we just wanted to do it once and then end it. That's why we set the the loop back to 0 and then change the punching to false. We're not doing that here. We need to Chi Blast is true. Then start the loop at 0.
Wait, why is the first P0 like a different looking 0? You see that? It's got like this.
Oh, right here.
No, down one from that.
Oh, that might be the
The
problem.
0.
That I hit an O instead of a 0. No, that is
No,
a.
the one above that one. Yeah.
That's probably it.
I hope so. I just noticed that.
That's right. That might be the problem. What did I do? That might be the problem. What did I do? Okay, let's just make sure that's a 0, right? That's a 0. P0, 0, 0, 0.
Oh, there's another one down there. He's 0 Chi. Yeah, that one.
That's probably the problem. Oh,
Is there another one?
hold on. We're on to
like
something here. Let me just look at the variables up here. Okay, those all look right. That all looks right. Okay. So we are on the right track. See, this is why 2 pairs of eyes are great. And I looked at that and looked at it and looked at it and didn't see anything. So
That was such a small thing. I just barely noticed. I was like, wait a second, why does that 0 look different than the rest?
Okay, 0, 0, 0, 0. Those all look right. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, everything looks right there now, at least.
Those are all right looking.
So what's the problem? Let's clear the screen a little bit. End of function expected near end.
The timer countdown. Just need another end in there.
Missing end statement here? And timer countdown? Okay, so this is the end that goes with that function. So if end
I think there's an extra end there now. Maybe not though.
Where's that timer function? So many things I can break at once here. Okay. Oh, there is an extra end, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't certain, but.
Where's that timer countdown? Where is it? Timer countdown. Timer delay is less than 29. Then timer delay, okay. And if timer delay equals 29, then timer delay equals 0. End. If timer is greater than 0, then timer, okay, end. And this last end ends the function. So what's the problem? And in terms of these if-then statements, hey, my love. The problem just has to be right here. So detect player Chi Blast. Let's just see. Okay, so we've got if and an end. And we have an if and an end, an if and an end. And this is okay because there's no if-then statements there. So that all looks fine. So we have an if and an end. If and an end. An if and an end. We have an else if, which goes with this. So if and else if, that's fine. Actually, unless we don't need that end. Let's see here. Where's the punching loop? Oh yeah, we have an extra end. Look, the punching loop, there's no end here. Got it. I see the problem. I got it. I got it. I just, yeah. So we don't need this end because this else if is part of the same structure. Now it should work. Oh! So we totally fucked up the timer. What did I do to the timer?
I don't know.
Man.
Was
Okay.
really
Well. Okay. Well. I knew I had messed something up here.
Okay.
The heck did I do? Shit.
We can figure it out.
I might have you pull up the old version of it and tell me what the heck I did wrong here.
Oh, it's totally easy. I think I even still have it pulled up.
In fact, if you could, that'd be helpful. What did I fuck up here?
Yeah. Keep trying to think about it. Give me a second. Let me find that area. Get everything else out of my way.
Yeah, what the fuck did I do?
Alright, where are we at here? Okay, function timer countdown. if timer delay is greater than 29,
Less
then
than
timer
29.
delay, or less than 29. Yeah, this is all the same still. Plus or minus 1 equals end.
Mm-hmm.
Timer delay equals 29. Then, and then you put enter. So you're at the next line now. Timer delay equals 0. And there's no end. And then if timer...
Is that indented?
Nope. This all looks the same still. This whole line is the same end. Yep, end. And then 2 ends. You have end there.
Wait, so
At the bottom. So you actually have 3 ends in this version. Yeah.
So where...
End and...
I can't... I'm not... where do I need to
where
delete?
where your cursor's at,
Mm-hmm.
just press enter and do another end. Where the... Yeah. Right there. Just like that. It's the same as what it is in here now.
What about this end here?
It's there.
Really?
That's exactly how it looks on this screen.
Oh, I guess. Why
there it
why am I missing? So function end if it has an end. Oh, okay. Yeah. This goes with that. Got it. Okay, I got it. Hey, my love. I love you. All right. So.
Yay, it's back. There we go. Oh, that thing moved. Cool. Now it just needs a despawn whenever it gets there.
So, but
Nice. Yeah, that moved.
Okay. At least it's kind of working. Oh, okay. Let's see. Now, if it's facing the wrong way, it doesn't do anything, right? Because we didn't account for the other situation.
Oh yeah, yeah. It doesn't have. So maybe do that next.
Yeah.
Do it to where it'll fly way left.
Right. Yep.
While it's still simple.
Oh man, we're. Hey, my love, come check this out.
So cool.
Susan? She might be out in the car. I don't know what's going on. Okay. She might be in the bathroom. She's in the bathroom. Let's see. I want to show her here while it's working. But let's think what we need to do. And then
save. You want to save real quick?
Oh, yes. That's a really good idea.
I don't think we've saved yet today.
Save, fight, remix.
Or just regular fight if you want. Go back to your...
Nah, I want to keep some... Well, I guess I have a copy of it. Or yeah, let's just call it save fight. Yeah, so overwrite it. Okay, that's the new version of fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I had barely changed any of the code stuff. The biggest thing I did was put in that -7 when it comes to actual code. I was just changing variables.
All right, so basically for the player 0 Kai Blast loop, we need to repeat all of this. How did I do this here? Yeah, it's a little more complicated. Hey, my love.
Yes.
Come check this out. Now, it only works in one very specific situation right now, but watch this, because we haven't...
I love that. Oh, that's great. I love it.
It's taken us this long to get that working, so...
It's working, though.
It's working, though. All right.
Very great.
Was it flipping between the sprites? I didn't notice.
It should be.
Yeah, it should be, but I didn't notice if it did or not.
Actually,
I didn't see it do it.
Or it's just happening so fast. Well, maybe it's not.
I don't think it is.
Then why is it?
Yeah, I just noticed that. I don't think it's actually flipping between the sprites for some reason. That's the punch one.
But that's weird if it's... I mean, it certainly looks like it's adding one to it.
This is the punch one.
Oh, yeah. down here.
Yeah, +1 -1. I blast sprite +1. Yeah. Yeah.
I know a way to tell. Get this out of the way. Actually, you know what? It's funny. There's no way to be facing right and all the way against the edge of the screen. That's all right.
Oh. Yeah.
So here we're one space over, and it ends like that. If we go over one more space, it should end on the other one. And it does not. Okay, so we're having a problem with it not flipping the sprites.
Yeah.
Why? It is the next number up, right? Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So why
Yeah, it's
is
just
it not?
+1.
Why is it not doing that?
Yeah, that's weird. Seems
Everything
to be the
else is
same as the
working.
punch. Everything looks correct. Yeah, it's working other than the sprite's not actually flipping. But it looks the same as the punch.
This is why. We were just drawing the number. We weren't drawing the sprite variable.
Oh. Nice. Oh, there, there it goes. 30 times a second. It looks pretty cool though.
Does it mute? There's a little
Nice.
delay when it. I like it. It works.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
I like it.
Right.
Now
Let's
just,
do it. Getting it going the other direction.
do it in the other direction. Perfect. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
think this will do the trick. Facing that way. Run. Let's go face the other way. There we go.
Yeah.
Got it.
Nice. Look at it go.
It wasn't too bad, actually. Did it while you were in the bathroom, so. All right.
Yeah, that was really quick.
Boom.
You're like, a minute, please. There it is. Look at it go.
Okay. Let's save this.
Yes.
Yes.
Great idea.
Okay, so now before I do anything, let's go back to our let's let me add a card here. Detect Chi Blast collisions. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about where I want to put this here. I'm going to make a function called Chi Blast Collision.
Nice. Or impact. Slightly easier word.
Yeah, actually, it might just need to be a variable. So think about it, because we can go. Because it starts out if we just make a variable Chi Blast player 0 Chi Blast impact 0. We're moving. If there's ever a time when the grid values for the Chi Blast are the same, then we change that to 1. And we can only we change that to 1. We adjust the health, we adjust the Chi values, whatever we want to do, and then we make sure we're not drawing the sprite anymore. So we only draw the Chi Blast sprite if there's no impact currently. If there's an impact, we don't want to draw the Chi Blast sprite. We do want to draw a explosion, but we can figure that out.
Blast. Yeah. Or an explosion sprite.
So I think what we need to do, let's go under. Oh, I got one more notification here. Oh no, it's okay. P0 Chi Blast impact equals 0. P1 Chi Blast impact equals 0. Or we could change it to true or false. How about true equals false?
Yeah.
There's no impact currently, right?
True. False. Correct.
All right, so let's see what happens here. So basically, in the draw Chi Blast, if there's a Chi Blast happening and no impact has happened, we want to draw the sprite, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sound right?
Yeah.
P0 Chi Blast impact equals false.
Yeah. Then draw the Chi Blast. Yeah.
Okay, so far I haven't broken anything. That's the main thing I want to check
Final
out.
collision. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I really like how fast that looks. Actually, yeah, I was not sure how I'd feel about it, but yeah, I like that. Looks so cool.
Okay.
Why isn't it undrawing at the edge of the screen though? Whenever it gets to 15, why does it stop moving instead of despawning.
Because as of right now, we can build that into the impact. So I need to make an impact
Okay.
function here. Okay,
Oh, I see. I think, yeah, there's not like a direct function to undraw it. And drawn and spawned. Now it's just there looping.
function P0 Chi blast impact. Actually, detect P0 impact. Chi blast. P0 Chi blast impact. Oh god, that's ugly. P0 Chi blast impact. Okay, if P0 Chi blast grid X equals P1 player
Yeah.
1 grid X.
Yeah. And the
And
Y's.
P0 Chi blast grid X
Oh.
or Y
Oh, yeah.
equals P1
Player 1.
player 1, yep. Player 1 grid Y. Then we want impact to be true.
Oh, yeah.
What do we call that variable? P1 Chi, P0 Chi blast impact. Right?
Yeah. 0 Chi blast impact.
And we want to do a couple things, right?
Yes. We want to erase the sprite or change the sprite actually to a new loop. We want to initiate a different.
Yeah, maybe. Let's think more basic than that. we need the impact is true.
Player 1 health.
Right. Okay. So before we do that, even we need to make sure the
erase the sprite.
The sprite goes away, and so basically we want to take this variable that we had. P0 Chi blast and make it false again. Right? That way there's no more Chi blast happening. It ends the Chi blast.
Goodbye, Chi blast.
Oop, actually this should be 1 equal. This should be false. Okay, then we want I hope this works. either it'll work or I'm really fucking everything up. Right? Okay. We want player 1 see, now I'm all confused because we changed these values. Okay.
You can put them back down if you want.
No, it's okay. It's just what do we do for punching here? Let me see here. You want it to be the same amount, 3?
I want it to be a little less. Yeah, just do a little less damage than a punch.
The Kai Blast does less damage than a punch?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. I would have
They're
guessed the opposite. That's
weaker.
funny.
Yeah, they're like they're more for distractions.
Okay.
They make them not be able to charge as easily. They definitely do damage still, and you can spam the crap out of Kai Blast. But they don't use much Kai. You can use a lot of them. But yeah, they're just like small, weak attacks that kind of they're just like a little projection of light. But yeah, in the show, people normally use them more so as like distractors. It's like you have Kai Blast incoming, and then they come in punching and striking, or using different attacks. But they're not normally like strong enough to take. Nobody's ever been taken out from a Kai Blast, but somebody could get punched unconscious. But normally a Kai Blast is
Got it. Okay.
over explaining.
It's okay. Actually, it was an if statement, right? If what did I do? Player 1 health is greater than. So if punch does 3, how much do you want? You 1 or 2 or?
Let's just do one.
Okay.
Because I figure all these will get changed later anyways.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put the health back down to 100 and just make these numbers smaller like you were saying. For now, yeah, let's just do one.
Sure, I got those variables right. Yeah, looks right. Okay. How was that? Okay. Oops. All right, so let's just talk through this, see how we're doing here. If P0 Kai Blast Grid X equals the player 1 Grid X. Oops, and P0 Kai Blast Grid Y equals player 1 Grid Y. Then set the impact to true. Kai Blast is false, so the Kai Blast stops showing on the screen. And then, if the health is greater than 1, subtract the health, then recalculate the health percentage, and then when it redraws the gauges, it should automatically draw the gauges. Now we need to call this function P0 Kai Blast Impact. So when do we call it? That is the question. Where does it go?
Somewhere between movement and attacks.
I think it goes in the Kai Blast loop somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if the Chi Blast is true, then do all these things, and at the end of that, right here, I think, we need to say whatever the hell we called that thing.
P0 Chi Blast Impact.
Is that what we called it?
I think so. Or just Chi Blast Impact. I think it had the
Nah,
P0.
no, I think we need to call it, we need one for each one, probably.
Yeah.
P0 Chi Blast Impact. I think that'll do it. Let's try it. Attempt to call a string value, okay? Unclosed function at line 250. Okay, if oh yeah. Right? So we have a function and if and if and yeah. Nope. Line 2. All right, so we didn't close something properly here. This end is for the uppermost, because this is the very end of the initialization function. So we have a function and an end, if and an end, if and an end. That was it.
Nice.
All right, moment of truth.
Moment of truth.
Oh, runtime error.
Whoa. Oh, that's the first time I've seen it have an error in the game during the game.
Yep,
like
that's
that.
okay. Yeah, that means we made an error here somewhere. Chi Blast impact. Okay, so we have an error in the Chi Blast impact function. Doesn't like something we did there.
Could it also be where we plugged it in at? Some sort of issue
Maybe.
where it's plugged in.
Yeah, I'm gonna just check my variables here.
Curiosity.
P0 Chi Blast. P0 Chi Blast impact. Okay. P0 Chi Blast. P0 Chi Blast impact. Okay, that all looks right. So why doesn't it like that? We're moving, everything's fine. We hit the button and we have a problem. Actually, it's not even doing it anymore. What's the problem?
Oh, no, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, what? Why not?
Yeah, that's extra weird. Yeah, because you didn't change anything.
I didn't change anything, so why aren't we getting the problem now?
That's the right button.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh.
Runtime error. Line 415. Attempt to call global P0 Chi Blast impact a Boolean value. Hmm. Okay.
What if somewhere along in that spot where you plugged in this impact, you redefine if the Kai Blast grid X and the player grid X and their grid Ys are the same, then the blast impact instead
looks
of
like
plugging in the blast impact. So maybe it's confusing it, like.
Let's comment this out real quick. And now it's not triggering it at all. What the hell did I do?
Weird. Can't do the Kai Blast.
Alright.
Didn't expect that.
I'm not sure we're going to finish this today. Let's start commenting things out here. We'll see if we can narrow down what the problem is.
I'm gonna close the door because I'm gonna turn the TV on and I don't wanna
Okay.
disturb you. I love you.
I love you. Okay. We're working again. So that's the problem.
Okay. Something in here.
Oh, okay. I think I see the problem here. Hold on. Let's get rid of these comments. No, maybe not. Okay, but why does this affect our ability to throw a Kai Blast? The function isn't doing anything yet. All we're doing is defining the function. I haven't even used it. Because I commented it out here. Let's get rid of this line. Why should that affect my ability to? Totally confused why this should prevent it from. Because all we're doing is defining the function. We're not in the update function. We're in the initialization function. We're just defining the function. We're not using it at all.
Yeah.
makes a difference. Nope. Why? Everything else is working. Still
In the
punching.
draw function, we included something about the impact, didn't we? Up there
did
in
we?
the section right above. Yeah, right here. Chi blast equals true, and chi blast, is that the chi blast impact as well there? Impact, yeah, equals false.
Yeah, but that's okay. Those are
That-
just variables.
Some sort of reason why.
If the chi blast is
Yeah, that's
true and the
just
impact is false, okay, that means if the chi blast is active and the impact is false, then draw the sprite. And it's working
Yeah.
whenever this function is commented out, because if I comment this out,
Yeah, then it turns back on. Hmm.
now it's working all of a sudden. If I turn the other direction, go this way, actually, it's working. So this code is problematic in some way. And we could maybe just build this into the update function. Let's just, let me try something here. So let's see. If the chi blast is true, then do the thing. Okay, that's the loop.
How about if you did if the chi blast grid X and player 1 grid X and the grid Y's are equal, then no more sprite. Is there a way to do that in this, within this function, within the blast loop?
Yeah, I think I'd just build the logic into it right here, probably. So if the chi blast is true, I'm going to try something here. Let's see, where do I want it to go, though? I think right here. I don't know. Let me think. If the chi blast is true, then this loop starts. If the loop is false, we do not want this loop to start, which it won't. So what we need to do is come down here, I think.
Oh, and say if their X and Y's are equal, then the chi blast equals false. So it would turn it
Yeah.
off.
Okay, so chi blast impact. Right. Right.
Yeah, so if
if
Or X's and a Y.
P0 chi blast grid X equals P1
I think it's
player
player
1
one.
grid X and P0 chi blast grid X Y equals player 1 grid Y. Then we need.
Then it equals false.
What's that, sorry?
Chi blast. Then it equals false. What was, I don't remember what the name of it was.
P0
But the
chi blast equals false. And we want the impact to be true, right?
Yes.
Actually, no, we don't even need a variable for that. I mean, just. Hold on here, let me think.
Yeah, if we could just draw a different loop in here for the other drawing which we haven't created a variable for, but I'm just thinking for the sprites, instead of doing a blast impact, we just draw in right here the other loop for the blast impact loop.
Well, yeah.
Or chi blast impact loop, but which we don't have created yet. But I think that's, yeah. Once the other one disappears, you just need to maybe take away health.
I'm not sure we even really need a variable for the impact.
Yeah.
Let's
It
just
feels
try.
like that kind of takes it there.
Yeah, let's just try. So then P1 health. Oh, if P1 health is greater than 0, right?
I think you would put 1 earlier, but greater than or equal to 1 or something like that.
Yeah, same thing. Greater than or equal to 1. Then P1 health minus equals 1. Then recalculate the percentage. P1 health percentage equals P1 health divided by P1 max health. And we can end this. We come back here and we end this. Did I break anything?
Not so far. Oh, 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 look at that. Yes.
All right, we got a few problems, but it's
doing damage.
But it's got a
to
runaway.
itself.
It's got a runaway counter. Look, a runaway health
Whoa,
thing.
why
Okay.
is this all just
I don't
continuing
know.
to go down?
I don't know. Let me think for it. Why would it keep doing that? We're close. We're close.
Yeah. It's really cool that it's doing damage.
It also does something doesn't look right about it.
It's disappearing. Yeah, it's like not getting all the way to him or something.
Okay, so no damage there, so that's cool. We come down here.
But it's technically staying there, so maybe that's why. Maybe it's not technically going away even though the sprite's disappearing. Yeah, until you press the button again, he just keeps getting damaged. Try going up with Frieza. So try moving with Frieza and see if the damage stops. After he gets hit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a little problem here.
I think it's still there. So it's taking away the sprite, but there's still sort of attack happening. So it needs to do -1 and then stop taking away health after that. So like a direct function to only take away 1 health.
Right.
When you get hit by 1 Kai blast.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let me just think it through here.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the positions match, set the Chi Blast to false. Okay, so that part's working fine. It stops displaying the Chi Blast. It's all right here that's the problem.
Maybe there just needs to be an
Why?
additional function after the take 1 off health, to where it says, and then stop taking 1 from health. After you've taken 1 from health, stop.
Yeah, but that's right. But that's what I got to figure out how to do. So, but the
Yeah.
problem is, so what's happening here? Where the projectile's moving and moving and moving. They intersect. The blast is false.
And then if you have at least 1 health, it starts taking away 1 health.
Yeah. Okay, I think I got it. I think I know what I'm gonna do here. Okay, so let's keep this impact variable. P0 impact equals true, or P1 Chi impact, right? P0 Chi impact, Chi blast impact
By blast impact.
equals true. Okay, let's get rid of this. All right, so this is pretty straightforward. If they intersect, the blast goes away, the impact is registered as true, right?
Yeah.
So now, if P0 Chi blast impact equals true, then now we can do our health logic. If I think this will probably work actually. If P0 or P1 health is greater than or equal to 1, then P1 health minus equals 1 and P1 health percentage equals P1 health divided by P1 max health. Now, here's where the magic's going to happen. We basically say if the impact is true, then change the health. Now we want to immediately change the impact back to false. P0 Chi blast impact equals false. That ends the impact.
Yeah.
And then we need to end that. Right?
I think so, yeah. That makes sense to me anyways.
Oh no, it's still doing it.
Still taking damage for some reason.
Also, it's just weird that it's not drawing that last little chunk there. I'm not sure why that's happening.
Yeah.
So there's some.
There should be 1 more.
Oh, it's because of this. It's just keeping the impact set to true. Every time that the grid X and the grid Y are the same, it sets it right back to true every time. So how can we make it go away? So you see the problem. It's the projectile's moving
Yeah.
along. They intersect. The blast gets set to false, which is fine. Which means the sprite goes away. Oh, actually, maybe. Oh, I think I know actually. If
Is the health parameters defined within the Kai Blast impact as well?
is what?
Didn't we define the health within the Kai Blast impact as well?
No, we got rid of that as a separate function.
Take that out. Okay.
Okay, I got it. I think. Let's get rid of this. Oop. All right, so this first function here, if the Chi Blast, okay, all we need to say is that's then an impact happened. Boom. Impact happens. Okay, if the blast impact is true, and
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's does make
Chi
sense.
0 or P0 Chi Blast equals true,
Yep. Okay. Look at that. Yeah, it doesn't look like the health is going down whenever you just do one and let it
well,
sit.
it takes
Yeah,
a few blasts for it to register.
perfect.
You think that's, to me, that looks like it's going down awfully slowly, but you know,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
like
but
that, huh?
if we move it down, yeah, I do prefer it to go down slower, especially with the littler attacks. But we can make it we can boost it up for now until we get bigger attacks in there.
Okay, so let me. I want to. I want to keep
Dude,
it from being able.
sick.
I want to keep it from being able to reset the Chi Blast.
Okay. Yeah, we can probably just move it up to do 3 damage for now. Like the punches, just have it the same as punches
I think
while
that's wise.
we're at this level of this mechanics, especially. Yeah, just let it be a little bit stronger. Have them be the same damage right now.
That feels better.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. True. Don't let me forget what I'm doing here, in case I break it. Right under detect player Chi Blast and P0 Chi Blast equals false. There we go. No, I can't reset it now. Check it out. That's cool. You
What do you
there?
mean it can't reset it? Yeah.
Before,
if
I hit X again while there was already a Chi Blast, it would eliminate the first Chi Blast. Now
Oh, so now it's letting you do multiple?
yeah, now if you just hold it down, it just fires away.
Oh, cool. Nice.
It's only one at a time, but it's so fast you don't care.
Fly around.
Okay.
Fly around and shoot him at the same time.
Oh. Okay, there's a problem now.
Yeah, so it still hits the wall. Oh, you don't have... Can you still shoot another one?
No.
Or is it stuck? It ate it. Got stuck up there.
Why did it get stuck up there? Okay, hold on. Oh, because we're facing to the left.
Oh, we don't have the mechanics to the left yet.
Nope. Or when it hits the wall.
Okay, so it needs maybe it just disappears also when it hits the wall, and we just won't put a loop for any animation.
Right. Yeah, but we need to make sure.
Disappeared.
Yep. So I know this is super tedious, but we're gonna have to repeat all of this for player one.
Yeah.
So if
and I want to put in mechanics for the Chi to go down to the Chi health or the Chi gauge.
Yeah. Just
later. Just squeeze them.
Just get it working first. Okay.
Yeah. Could you do something like you did for just like you did for the X and Y's to be the same? If you just did another function there that was, like that. Just if greater than 15, then stop drawing. Or then
we need to make sure it's not counting it as a. Yeah, I think actually, I think I know how to do this. If P0 Chi Blast Grid X is greater than 15, right?
Yeah.
Or if any one of these conditions is met, or in other words, if it's out of bounds, if P0 Chi Blast Grid X is less than 0, or P0 Chi Blast Grid Y is greater than, how many did we have? What's our max? Shit.
It won't ever go up or down, so it'll only go left or right.
Oh, you're right, huh? Right.
Yes, I don't know if we need to do the grid wise.
Yeah, you're right.
It hits the wall.
Yeah, you're right. It's never going up or down. Yeah, you're right.
The greater than 0 part should still be in there, I think, though. Or less than 0.
Yep. Oh, wait.
I accidentally deleted that part. Yeah, there it is.
Then we want to basically say the Chi blast is over. P0 Chi
Yeah.
blast.
So impact equals true.
No, that's not an impact. Wall collision.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna have different. You're gonna have the.
And that's it. All we need to do
loop.
is say it's false. It just resets it.
Okay. Yeah.
Except that didn't work.
Ah. Maybe that's not the right
Actually,
coordinate.
if
Maybe
it
try.
equals, actually, it'll never get greater than 15 if it equals 15.
Or equals 0. Oh.
I think this will probably do the trick. Yeah. Except it's not hitting, it's not going that 1 pixel over. Why? It's like it's...
Huh.
Boom.
Because it's technically hitting it.
So when it's drawing the sprite... Okay, Chi blast. Where is it having trouble? Okay, detect player Chi blast. I think it's in the loop here. That's where the problem is, I'm pretty sure. Loop equals 1. Spread equals 1. Okay, if we're facing to the right and the grid is less than 15, then add 1 to it.
Less than or equal to 15.
Well, 15 should be the rightmost.
And maybe we just needed to go one more past the rightmost. Maybe it's like hitting someone, just doing the art weird or something.
Just need to pay attention to the flow here, what's happening. So if it's less than 15, it gets to 15.
Yeah.
And then it we go into the draw loop. Draw Chi blast. So what's happening with draw Chi blast? Let's see here. Draw Chi blast. calculator time. So if the grid is at position 15 times 8 equals 120, so that's right, it should be 8 pixels over from the right side of the screen. So that should be working fine. So why isn't it drawing it? That all looks like it's working pretty okay. I don't think that's the problem.
But if freezes down there, he actually is taking damage if he was in that spot, right?
Actually, hold on here. Okay, it's going past the sprite, okay, so it's not that, that's not the problem. It's registering that, it's just not drawing the last little...
But it freezes all the way in the corner there, he still gets hit.
Yeah, it's working fine,
Yeah.
it's just not drawing the last frame of the...
Last.
It's pretty cool looking, though. Alright.
Yeah, it is. It looks really cool. I'm so excited about it.
I mean, we really could just... I mean, let me try... I'm gonna just try something. In this Chi Blast loop... If the Chi Blast... If it's facing the right, and it is... The value is less than 15... Okay, so it adds 1 to the grid value. So now the grid value is 15. Let's say it's 14. Boom, goes into this loop, makes the grid value 15, right? That much is clear. And if we come down here, oh, it's destroying it before it draws it. It has to draw it again. That's the problem. It's destroying, it's detecting the collision or detecting the wall impact before it draws the, we need to draw it, and then.
So what if we had it impact one space past the wall instead of impacting directly
Actually,
at the wall?
I think all we need to do is just call that draw function one more time.
Oh, okay.
I think we just say before we check for the impacts. I'm not sure if this will look weird or not. No, we don't want that. We want it right here, I think. In which case, we don't actually need to draw it here because we don't want to draw it twice per frame. Let me just comment this out real quick. If I, in the Chi Blast loop, what if we just said, what was that called? Draw P0 Chi Blast. Okay. Where the hell was it? Right here. Draw P0 Chi Blast. Now it's not working. Why? Why? Well, that's not helping. Might have to go in the bug fix category.
I was just thinking maybe we could just start focus on the player 1, get player 1 set up.
Oh, we need to. Let's get player 0 firing to the left as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You
Mhm.
can't fire to the left.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that. Never mind. That's a better one. Yeah, that's definitely a weird little bug. Did not want to draw that final frame, but at least it works, and you can get shot over there. But now it's like, yeah, it's like an art thing now. But the Kai Blast works anywhere you shoot to the right now. You can shoot it to the right, and it'll actually disappear, and you can get shot over there.
Remind myself where we're at here.
Nice.
Okay. So why isn't it working? Oh yeah, it's right here. Okay, so that's working, but why isn't it? Ugh, brain just going to mush, you know.
Equals to 0 instead of the less than.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, but look, it's still, now it's 2.
Yeah, it still has that weird glitch. My only thought would be to make it -1 instead of 0, and maybe it'll just draw it one more to the left because it'll have it disappear one later. Yeah, like -1 and 16 instead of,
I'm gonna try something here.
or even deeper into it, that would be -6.
Okay, so it's working that direction. So it's just a matter of where it's drawing it. So
Yeah. Hey, I'll take that though. I'll call that a working Kai blast. The only thing it's missing is decreasing your Kai. Player zero's Kai.
yeah, that's easy to do. I'm not
Going.
worried about that. I just want to.
Yeah.
But it's so.
Yeah, I know.
It should be drawing the. It's weird. It should be drawing it before it registers the impact. Maybe that's the problem. Like, it gets to. I mean, let's suppose. Scheiße. Let's see here. If it's oriented like this and I fire, it moves it and draws it, 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 and it's almost like it's registering impact before it ever draws the. But that's weird because in the Kai Blast loop, it says if the Kai Blast is true, the loop starts at 0. That's fine. This is just what alternates between the two sprites. Hmm. So the problem's in this loop. I'm pretty sure of it. So it starts out, the loop is 0. What's weird is it immediately adds 1 to the loop. Okay. Well, that's okay. It changes that. Nothing's changed here. Then it checks to see Chi 0, Chi Blast, P0, Chi Blast, Grid X is less than 15. If it's less than 15, adds 1 to it. That becomes 15. Okay. This else if is not relevant. Oh. Then it says if the loop is 1. Oh. Oh no, that'd be okay, because it skips that. Okay. But if it's equal to 15, and then we hit a wall, it never redraws it. That's the problem. It's just not drawing it before it's registering the. We got to figure out how to make it draw the sprite again.
Yeah, before it registers the impacts.
I mean, it could just be a matter of saying draw the freaking sprite. What if I did this? What if I took out this? I just built that right into the loop. Just out of curiosity, what if I take all of this, come down here, yeah, see, it's not working. It doesn't like that. And I know this is a simple problem. Once we see it, oh yeah, we're dummies didn't see it, right? Well, if Chi Blast is true, didn't break anything, but didn't fix the issue either. What's going on here? I mean, I did do 0 through 15, right? For the not 1 through 16, right? For the grid.
I think so.
Let me look at the player movement here. Let's see. Move player 0. Okay. Okay. If button 0 is pressed, that's the right arrow, and the grid is greater than 0, and player 0 grid x minus 1, or why isn't it flying off the screen? What do we do to keep it from flying off the screen? Move.
I thought we somewhere did it in there.
Player
Oh,
0 grid
maybe.
x is greater than 0. Okay. And player 0 grid x minus 1
Is it that explanation point?
not equal.
No.
Or player 0 grid y. Okay. Then
Maybe within the map space or something, we created it like an actual grid so that contain them, like you made walls. Something. Their starting positions. How did we do? Is it this section?
No, all this is doing is translating the.
Oh yeah. I don't see it on this part. Oh no, this is player one. Oh, the other player.
Weird. I can't remember how the hell I got this working.
Yeah, how to keep them on the screen like that? Yeah, because they definitely flew off the screen when we first started. Oh, is it because of that less than zero and yeah, player grid is or greater than zero. You can't move left.
Oh, yeah, where's our button?
That's
Okay,
how we
zero's
did
to
it.
the left, one is to the right. Yeah. Okay.
That's how we did it. Was the greater than and less than's there with the 0 and
Right.
15s
So if it's
and 0 and 11
right, yeah. So
or whatever.
move right. If it's less than 15, then move it right. That seems right. And so we
Yeah,
do the
that's how
same.
we had
So
done
we
it.
do the same thing down here in the Chi
Yeah, so
Blast.
you
Wherever it is, the wall impact. Let's do the wall impact. That's the easiest case to figure out here. Wall collision.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Julie, what's up?
Not much. Just thought I'd see what you were doing. You
We're
working on your game?
yes, trying to figure out a problem. Yes.
Cool.
You want to lurk? Or you?
Are you streaming?
Yes. But that's okay. You can join us. But I'm just trying to figure out a problem here.
Let me check out your stream.
Julia, meet Dylan. Dylan, meet my best friend Julia.
Hi, Julia.
Hi, Dylan. Dylan is from Oregon, right?
Uh huh.
Okay.
His
yeah,
wife
I was
Brandy was a bartender at Oberon's.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the stories.
Are you watching the stream?
Yes, which is really discombobulating because there's a delay. Like I'm hearing you, and then
Right now we're
but I'm
having
watching.
we're having this problem where I got these projectiles working, but they're despawning before they hit the edge of the screen. And if I try to hit the other player, uh, oops, sorry, it's all keyboard control right now. It's registering a hit, but it's despawning the projectile before it registers the impact, so you don't see it in the frame right before the impact. So it's so weird.
I wonder if the space between where it's despawning and the next thing is smaller than what it needs in order to, you know what I'm saying? Like if the icon of the graphic for the blast is 13 icons wide or something, and the space between where it's despawning and the thing is only 12, maybe there's not enough space to put it again.
I don't think that's it because I have the whole screen divided up in terms of an invisible grid, so that's being defined in terms of grid numbers.
Okay. Oh, and each one of those takes up one like unit grid, so
Right.
therefore there's another unit grid there that's not being occupied.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still registering the impact, so it's almost like it's registering the impact before it draws the. But what's confusing to me, the game is looping 30 times a second, and when it should move it, draw it, and by the time it's in that position adjacent to the target, it should be redrawing it there, and it shouldn't register the impact yet. It should only register the impact when they're equal to each other.
Right.
So it's like
Yeah, I
it's
have no
registering the
idea.
impact prematurely.
That's an interesting conundrum.
Yeah, but you take a look at our code so far. Look at all this code, handwritten.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. It's the font is not easy for me to read, but yeah.
No, it's not. It's distracting because you can't look because there's so much scrolling. You can't look at the whole thing all at once.
Right, and the font is not conducive to my dyslexia at all.
Oh, okay.
Like the actual letters, I'm like, what letter is that? Oh, I guess that's an R,
Mm-hmm.
but it might be a B, and it might be an 8, and it might be like my whole brain is just like tripping out about this font. But yeah, and the scrolling is, yeah, it's not very wide.
It sure seems like the problem is here. It's like it's not drawing like it's drawing the Kai Blast here after it's registered the impact, and that's the problem. I don't know how to get it drawing it first. So the way this program works, Julia, there's very broad brushstrokes. There's an initialization function. Everything in the initialization function runs once, right when the game starts. All these variables get defined, so on and so forth. All the functions get defined. And then after all that stuff runs once, there is this update function, which is, I've already passed it, looks like. Hold on here. This update, no, not there. Right here, this update function. This is the game where all the game logic goes. It's running 30 times a second looking for things to change. If you hit a
Right.
button,
If
then
this,
change this
then this.
variable.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And
Gotcha.
then
If
also 30 times a second after the update function runs 30 times a second, it does the draw function. And the draw function does exactly as the name indicates. It draws things to the screen. So you clear the screen, draw the rectangle for the background for the gauges, display the timer, draw the gauges, draw the background, draw the sprites, draw the now we're this Kai Blast we're calling it. It's a Dragon Ball Z thing, I guess. And so the problem seems to be that it's doing this logic, detecting the impact before it ever draws the Kai Blast to the screen. So now I need to figure out how to.
Well, you just said that there's a bunch of if-thens, and the if-thens for the for what was the thing you called the second section?
Update function.
Update function happens before the draw function, by definition.
Right. So I wonder if I can take
But
this.
so somehow you need to tell it that I guess you need to have a required adjacency, I guess, where if the blast is adjacent to the other thing, that's what should trigger the hit, so to speak, I guess, as opposed to whatever it is now. Because you're saying that the pixels are next to each other. So I assume you're not having these icons overlap at all visually. So
Mm-mm.
therefore, it would just be like that little fireball thing that you made needs to be functionally adjacent to, like in the pixel, horizontally adjacent to the other
Mhm.
icon of the other player, right?
I wonder if I just need
If
to put it
somehow,
here.
I wonder if somehow you could put in a requirement that, if the blast is adjacent to the person, then that should create the hit. So where's the hit thing right now? Like where in the code? Sorry,
Okay.
I've literally never done any code before, so I don't know what I'm
That's okay.
talking about. But
Um, okay, so a couple things happen here. So again, don't worry about the variable names. If the player
that's safe.
0 Chi Blast grid position, the X position equals if that's the projectile. If the X position equals the player 1, which is actually player 2, it's player 0 and player 1, but it's actually player 1 and player 2, which is confusing. And if the Y positions are equal to each other, then we register an impact. And then we say if there's an impact.
Well, but the Y positions are equal to each other, but the X position would not be equal. They would be adjacent, right?
Well, this is
Because you're not actually having the bomb like go over the top of the player, or do you visually have something for that? I don't know.
I don't know. I guess it depends whether you want to be able to escape the projectile at the last minute. I don't know. It's a good question.
But I would assume that the fireball like iconography shouldn't cover the other one, and in which case that would be complicated. I would think you'd have to add in programming for iconography over the top of more iconography, or a new icon that happens if a player gets hit, like a
That's exactly what
blast
we're gonna
looking
have.
thing.
We actually have a sprites that we're working on for an explosion of some sort. So yes.
Oh, okay. So it would change. So when those two things are equal, then it should change to that other icon, and that's when it should register the hit. Okay, so that's why you have equal, so not adjacent.
Yes. So a few things here. It starts out that this impact variable P0 Chi Blast impact starts out as false. When the positions are equal, it sets that variable to true. Then it says, okay, if there's a true impact, and we haven't destroyed the Chi Blast yet, so that's still there's the Chi Blast is still happening. Then we subtract the
What's a Chi blast? Is that
that's the
the
projectile.
fireball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we subtract 3 from the player's health if the player's health is greater than 3. Recalculate the health percentage. That's fine. Then we say the impact is over, and there's no longer an impact, and we set the Chi Blast to false.
I wonder if no, that doesn't make sense. So, and you haven't put in the programming yet for the icon to change at the blast.
No. And then same thing with a wall collision. If we say, because we have the grid is basically on the x-axis, there's 16 positions numbered 0 through 15. Make sense? Started with position. Yep. And programming the
Position 0, yeah,
list always starts with 0. Yeah.
that's fine.
Yep.
Zero's a
So
good place
basically
to start.
say if the Chi Blast x position is equal to 15, in other words, the rightmost position, or it's equal to 0. Actually, we don't want it to be 0. We want it to be
Because right now
-1.
you were also saying that the problem is that it wasn't going all the way to the right side of the screen, correct? Which would be
Yeah.
position 15.
Mm-hmm.
Position 0 is all the way to the left side of the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
So negative
this is part.
1.
This is part of the problem right here. Look, part of the problem. We want it to be. We're basically saying set the blast to false if it's equal to 15. That's why it's not. We want this to be 16, or if it's greater than 15.
Or could you
Hold on,
not just put greater than 15? Greater than 15.
Yeah,
Greater
I'm
than
working
15.
on it. This might solve the problem on the wall. It does. Look, but now it's not despawning. Why not?
Well, go back to that
Yeah,
code.
that's why
Well-
we made it equal.
Oh, that's why you made it equal. So you're gonna have
That's why we
to.
made it equal in the beginning. Was to get that to despawn.
Oh, you could do
Hold
greater
on.
than, but couldn't you do greater than but less than? Like a.
Well, hold on. Let's see here. I think the problem is in this loop here. So we have this loop that is basically what's causing the motion of that projectile. If the blast is true, we start this loop, P0 Chi blast loop. It's set to 0 originally. We immediately we increment the loop. We take the
Oh, you
sprite,
kinda
change the
froze.
sprite. Huh?
Sorry, you froze. So that whole sentence, whatever you said, I didn't hear you. Yeah, everything froze, and I couldn't hear you.
There's this loop that controls the motion of the projectile. When the player hits a button, boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
It starts this loop. Basically, there's this loop variable, P0 Chi blast loop, starts out at 0. It immediately changes that to 1. That's just to control the flow of the loop. Changes the sprite, so that's why the sprite flickers between two different sprites. And then,
Yep.
okay, so and this is whether it's facing left or right. If it's
A
not,
sprite is just the icon appearing, and then right.
Yeah, the sprite.
Blast icon. Okay.
Yeah, it's called a sprite.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the terminology. Okay.
It's weird for a person who's way more into gaming than I am not to know what a sprite is.
Well, it is what it is, man.
So basically, this is whether it's which direction it's facing. If it's not flipped, which means it's facing to the right, and the grid is less than 15. So if it's facing to the right and it's anything less than the rightmost position, then add 1 to the grid value. In other words, if it's less than 15, add 1. Move it to the right.
Okay. What about less than 16? Because if it is 15, it's not going to appear.
Why not?
Because you said if it's less than 15, add 1 and move it over.
Well, yeah.
So that means if it is 15,
it should still draw it, though.
I don't know. Maybe.
If
Try
it's
it.
less than 15, add 1, which would make it 15.
Which would make it 15, but does it say to draw that at 15? I guess it should, but it wasn't, is what you're saying. But you think the problem was that other line?
I don't know.
But now it's not despawning,
Let me
though.
look at my draw function here.
So it needs to stop drawing it. What is the condition again? You said if it's less than 15, add 1 and draw it again at the next thing. And what does it say after that? It should say, like, if it's at 15 or right, or if it's flipped and it's at 0, then it needs to despawn it. Isn't there some sort of a code for that? I don't know.
It's not quite that simple.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, never done coding, but
I mean, so let's just think through it. If it's less than 15, it adds 1 to it.
yep. And then it's supposed to redraw it. That should, in theory, draw one at 15.
Except it
I was
hasn't.
just trying-
The screen hasn't redrawn yet. We're still in the update function.
Right. Good point.
Okay. Okay, so all this if and this else if here, this is just basically the two different situations. It's, if it's facing to the right, do this. If it's facing to the left, do that. So that's all that's going on right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we have this loop that starts. The loop starts out at 0. It does this, then it changes the loop to 1. Loop value to 1. Then it changes it back to the other sprite. That way, when it moves over, it redraws the sprite, but with the other version of the sprite. Just changes the sprite number. Now, actually, this might be the problem right here. It might be doing this logic twice before it ever draws this. We need to. That's the problem. We need to redraw it right here. We need to draw the sprite again between these two. How do I do that? You can see all these nested if-then statements make it really easy to fuck this up. So if the loop is 0, then do all of this. This end goes with this if statement. So I think what we need to do is actually right here, we need to redraw.
What is ELSEIF?
Else if.
Oh, okay. Got it.
If this, else if.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
I think what we need to do is add that draw function in right there. Let me find that. Oh, this is very nonlinear too, because all the functions are defined way up top. So you need to find the right function.
Yeah. I would not enjoy the scrolling in that font.
No,
but
that
this
is
just this particular program that you're using, right?
Mhm.
So
draw
I know you
player
said you
0
want me to learn to code and all that, but I would have to do it not this in. Use a different program that doesn't have this font.
So I think if we come up here now, maybe we just figured it out. Where was I? It was right.
The logic part of it's fun.
Right here.
My whole thing is I like this part of it. Could be fun just because of all the logic, but then like I don't know, I'm not that into pixelized games, so not since the 70s. I know you like them. But I'm like, why can't I just play something pretty?
It doesn't solve the problem, does it? Nope.
I thought it did when it was in front of Frieza, but I can't tell.
It's not.
No, it doesn't.
It's not going to the edge still.
No. That did not.
And it's not going to the yeah.
Yeah, no, it did not solve the problem. So I think the problem is probably in the math somewhere. That's what it feels like to me. Every time I make a change, I want to make sure I didn't break something, you know?
Wait, do that again? Run that again?
What
oh, no, never mind. I thought the very first time it looked like it went almost to him, and I was like, what the hell? Why would it do that and then change? But it didn't.
I thought
it
so
didn't.
too.
Didn't it look like it on the first time he ran it? But then on the second time he ran it, it did not look like it.
I don't know.
Man, these ones aren't now.
I don't think so. I think you're just seeing an illusion.
Thought I had seen the same thing earlier, though.
That's weird, because why would both he and I thought, okay, whatever, it's fine. Probably. That's why I asked you to run it again, because I was like, wait, was I tripping? Why would it do that?
Might be the glitch. There's like a little bit of a delay on our screens.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Well, the other thing we could do, we could try checking for the impact before we move the... I hate to mess with things too much. I already have it almost working. Let's see here. What if I take this?
In terms of order of operations, the impact should need to occur right? Before that other pixel is created, the blast pixel, and before it counts down. So,
What if we take
and
this?
before it decides to not redraw.
My phone's buzzing like crazy. Someone's going to town on my cross-stitch patterns. All right.
It's interesting that it's happening with both the wall collision and the person collision as well. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
like why is it counting it as a collision when it hasn't even like I don't that's not. But you defined a collision as equaling, right? So being
Mhm.
existing on the same pixel.
Yeah. Whenever they get to the same spot, they're supposed to collide. Oh, that was interesting.
Uh-oh. Yeah, look.
Whoa, it's going
The hell?
crazy.
It's because it's not displaying the one that's happening right there. Okay, so that didn't fix the problem.
Hmm.
Well, so here's the thing though. So you have it written as when it gets to a spot, that spot plus one, right, is going to be its next spot. So maybe it's just not drawing it because the draw happens after. So it's thinking that it's at the spot and then doing the counting or whatever against the other
Mhm.
player before it draws it, right? So it seems like it needs to be drawing it
Yeah, it might just be a
the other
matter
way
of let
around.
me. What if I
It
put?
needs to draw the thing and then register the hit after. Like in order of operations, that
Right.
needs to occur after it draws it.
Well,
And right now it's
maybe I'll
because
try
it's
that.
if it's registering that the next spot is going to be X, and that spot is where it does all these other things like register a hit and all that stuff, then if that's happening prior to it drawing it, then we aren't going to see it, but it's going to happen. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
So what I think is happening is
Oh,
maybe that you didn't.
hold on here. It might be this simple for this. Oh, see now it's not making it go
Yeah,
away.
that makes it just go infinitely.
But why?
Can you just maybe it just
Because it's constantly because you put greater than, right? So
Yeah, it never gets
therefore
there.
it never gets there.
greater than or equal to?
Well,
No, it needs to be
Or no?
it needs to be greater
well,
than or less than.
we want it to. If it's
Greater than
15,
15 and less than 16. Or right?
Ah, that
well,
makes sense to me.
hold,
Oh.
hold on. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but
Woo!
so as of right now, if I set it to equal, which is what it was, oops, it's not going to draw it when it's equal to 15, which is part of the
Right?
problem.
So why not do greater than 15 and less than 16?
Well, because it's never going to get there because we can't move it. There's something up here,
Because it
and
can't be moved to 16. Okay.
that might be part of the problem. We just need to change it to move it to 16.
Yeah. Yeah. Let it fly off the map.
And then end it.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Let's try it.
So you're doing equals 16? No, are
If
you
it's
doing
less,
equals 16?
hold on. This is
Oh, less than
this is in
16.
the movement loop. If it's less than 16, add 1.
That sounds good to me.
And if it is
It's gonna
greater than -1, This is the other direction.
Is it gonna have a problem that it can never get to 16 though? Like yeah, I don't know.
I don't know yet. Hold on. This might solve the problem, at least with the wall collisions.
Maybe. I'm curious to see what it does with it. Like, does it know where 16 and -1 are? And
Doesn't seem to solve the problem, does it?
Still anything to get there. No. It's so wild that it's still not going to that wall.
Yep, that's right. Just one thing at a time.
Which one? Oh yeah, these ones. That's still stopping it at 15. So now, yeah, the less than greater than.
There we go.
didn't you?
Is that
I
all the
thought
way
you
to the end?
changed.
I can't
I thought
tell.
you changed it to 16 and -1. That one you didn't change.
This is if it's greater than 15. Or less than 0. In other words, if it's off the screen, because 15 is the highest. So if it's greater than 15, it's off the screen. If it's less than 0, it's off the screen. Then set the Kai Blast to false, which should stop it from drawing.
Maybe try just doing 16 and -1 anyways.
Sure.
Give it a little bit more space to go off.
Sorry, I was trying to get the cat.
Sure, try it. Why not?
I mean,
Two.
couldn't hurt. Although, I don't know why
Hey, it
it would
works.
know what those
Oh.
are.
But now,
Hey, that
but
seems
now,
like a
but now it
wonderful
won't. But now it freezes. It's stuck.
Oh, the Kai Blast is gone.
Yeah.
Got eaten.
So it broke. We broke something else here.
It steals our Kai Blast.
That's funny. The void ate the Kai Blast.
It did. I know it.
The void is a big black void of Pac-Man sprite eating.
Waka, 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 waka.
That's funny. I think it just needs to be more complicated. I don't think the numbers were wrong before. I think that saying if it's less than 15, add 1. But I think there needs to be an and statement there, that it's, and if it is 15, it needs to despawn or something like that, or whatever you call that shit. You get what I'm saying?
Whatever,
Like,
yeah.
tell it
Yeah.
what to do if it's at 15, because you told it what to do
Well,
if
it shouldn't-
it's less than 15. But like, it needs to know what to do if it is 15. That it still needs to draw it, but then it needs to
Yeah.
draw it gone. Yeah, I don't know how to
I don't
do
know.
that since I don't.
I might need to think about this on my own for a while.
Yeah, chew on it.
I gotta start getting ready for our evening here too.
What are you guys doing?
Going to Amber's house for a game night.
Fun. What are you playing?
Probably old Nintendo games.
Cool.
So if it's less than 16, it adds 1. Okay, that's fine.
So, but
Well-
what that means then is if it's 15, it's also going to add 1. And that's
Right.
I think why it's getting eaten, because you put it now at 16, which doesn't exist.
It does exist. It just exists off the screen.
Right. But I mean, so that means it's just going to continue on creating an image that doesn't exist because it's off. All of those are off the screen.
Right.
Everything.
So
So it's just going to keep on doing it.
right, but down here, we're
So in
detecting
theory, if we could see,
Hold on.
Like if you could see past it, you would just see it keep going in theory.
Oh, maybe this just needs to be equal to 16. Yeah, this might work actually. Hold on.
Why are there two equal signs?
It's basically a test. If a single equal sign is used for variable assignment, so if I say a equals 1, I'm defining the variable a as equal to 1. If I'm doing a
Okay.
logical test, if something is something, I use a double equal sign as opposed. So
Oh,
it
okay.
distinguishes a variable assignment from a genuine equal test. This
Yeah, like an
might work
identifier.
actually. Might have just solved it. Let's see. I get there? Doesn't, does it? Nope.
Dang it. Stop going off the wall again. Well, it's working again, though.
So you're talking about despawning. That's what's happening here. This basically says if the grid position is equal to 16, in other words, as soon as it gets off the screen, I could say less than or greater than or equal to 16. That'd be fine too. Oops.
No, I would put greater than 15.
Well, no, because
Because
we want it to display when it's equal to 15. Oh, greater than or
Right.
equal to 15.
That's
No,
right.
no, it has to be greater than 15.
Right, greater than or equal to, or no, not equal to 15,
Yeah,
just
so-
greater than 15. Right. And then
Right.
and I guess you also have to say, cuz you don't want it to break. It seems like whenever it gets if the code if the code phrasing allows it to go past 16, then it seems to cause problems. So you need to tell it and, you know, smaller than 16, I guess, or smaller or equal to 16. I don't know.
Well, this is basically if it's off the screen. If it's greater than 15, it's off the screen. And if it's less than 0, it's off the screen, right?
Yes, that
Right.
sounds true.
And so then what I'm saying is take this variable, the Chi Blast variable, it tells you whether the Chi Blast is active or not, and set it to false.
Right. Okay. Try it.
So that should only happen when it's off the screen.
Right. Unless the drawing it is happening. I mean, I don't know where drawing it occurs in the sequence, but
Right. So let me walk you through it. And even if we don't figure it out today, here, chew away at it, just like we're going to do, because I don't think we're going to fix this today.
no, not if you're going to leave soon.
Right. So what happens when the game starts? There are a number of variables that get set. I'm only going to describe the things that are relevant to the Chi Blasts. Okay?
Okay.
There's a lot going on here. Like, for example, here's variables for the initial player positions, so on and so forth. You know,
Sure.
what position they're in on the grid and whether they're flipped or not, left or right. So in terms of Chi Blasts, which is somewhere.
Why is there not both an X and Y axis on those numbers? Why is there only one number?
What do you mean?
It just said player, like you said, the player position.
Player 0
3,
grid X, player 0 grid Y, player 1 grid X, player 1 grid Y.
Oh, I see it. Oh, this is okay. X and Y. I'm sorry, I wasn't reading that. The font was again tripping me out. Okay, got it. So that is the X Y. Okay, cool. God, this font is terrible.
Okay, so we have these are the Chi Blast. This is what we start with. The Chi Blast sprites. These are just the sprite numbers, which projectiles we're talking about. The game starts, there is no Chi Blast happening. That is set to false. The loop is not started yet, so the loop that is
What's the 196 and 202?
Like I said, those are the sprite numbers.
Oh, okay. Like you said, player number 0, player number 1.
Mm-hmm.
They have numbers, identifiers for the individual things.
Yeah, so this sprite, for example, is number 196. This sprite is 197. So on and so forth. So
okay. Got it. They're just identified. Like that's its name, its label. Got it. Okay. Then, false. There's neither. Those sprites don't exist.
Right.
Got it.
And the loop that runs that cycles between the two different sprites, that gives it the little animation. So loop that every 30th of a second, it just cycles between the two sprites, like 196 and 197 here. So it gives it a cute little animation. That hasn't started yet, so we're not in the loop.
Where's 202?
Well, that's this one here. It's
Okay.
for the other player,
Oh, okay.
which we haven't got to
Oh,
yet.
okay.
I'm trying to get it
Got
working
it.
on one player first.
Sure.
Okay, and it starts out. It doesn't really matter; it just has to have a default value. It just starts out not flipped, but before it ever draws into the screen, it tells it which direction the sprite should be facing. So it has a variable, and I just gave it the default of false. Again, it doesn't really matter, but we have to give them default default values for these variables, grid X and grid Y for the Chi Blast. Player 0. So it starts out, it's on the top left of the screen, but it's not being drawn, so who cares? And then there's no impact happening yet. False, false. So that's clear, right? There's no impact yet. False,
Yeah.
false. Okay. Then we come down here. We go right into the update function. After all these, let's see, where's the update function start? Way down here.
You know who could, if we can't figure this out, Gabriel could probably help.
Maybe, but I kind of want to do it. I want to brute force it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would look at this code and go, "Oh crap, there's a better way to do everything." But that's okay.
Probably, but that's okay.
So all that initialization happens, and then finally the game starts. Okay. So
Got
we're
it.
into the update function. There's all this stuff that's not really relevant. It's a bunch of if-then statements. If this button is pressed, do this. If this
Sure.
button is pressed, do that. So these are the controls that move the players. Move player 0. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Then it actually updates the grid values, because once you move them, you want to update the value. So when it draws the screen, it updates the grid value. So there's this function, don't worry about this, but there's this function update grid. It takes the grid values and translates it into real pixels on the screen, so it knows exactly where on the screen to draw it. Make sense?
Yeah. Is that BTN? Is that button?
Yes.
And what is 0,1?
Button 0 for player 1. Button 1 for player 1.
Oh, button 1 for player 1. Okay.
Mhm.
Button 0. So button 0 and button 1 have a function for player 1, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so same thing. This is what moves the other player, so not really relevant. Actually, I wonder if I just need to run this update grid function again.
That's what I was just wondering.
Oh,
If maybe
hell,
we
is
just
it that
need to
simple?
update the
Do we just need
grid?
to draw after we
Update
do
grid
the?
somewhere.
It might be that simple, or we just need to run this update grid function. We didn't run that.
Right.
Room.
That's what I was
Before
trying
the
to say, is that I
impact.
think the order of operations there needs to do that before
Well,
it can,
But
and then it needs to draw it
well,
before it does
yeah.
the thing again.
Hold on, but drawing it's not the problem. It's that it hasn't. We haven't retold it where to draw it.
Right.
So let me show you what this. I think we just figured it out. I think there's this.
All right.
Let me show you. There's this update grid function right here that takes these grid values. So, like the player 1 grid X. This is basically, they can have a value of 0 to 15, and it multiplies that by 8, and that gives us the actual X and Y pixel coordinates of where to put it on the screen.
Okay.
And basically, and same thing here for the Y position, because we have this set of gauges at the top. We need to bump everything down by 32 pixels. So we take the grid value, multiply it by 8, and then add 32 pixels to it. That's what bumps it down the screen.
Okay.
So I think all we need to do is run this update grid function, because we changed the grid values, but we didn't actually tell it to draw it in the right position anymore.
Yes.
So
Do it.
Yeah,
Do it.
I just need to find the right place to do it. So hold on.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds complicated.
It's probably not.
Not really.
It's probably
probably
just
not.
probably every time we make a change, like
Yeah, before an impact. Yeah, anytime there's a change.
anytime there's a
Right
change to the
before.
grid position, we need to re-update. We need to call that function probably. So we do, punching is working fine. Detect the Chi Blast. Nothing's happening. It's just detecting.
Possibly before and after the impact.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. Let's see. Put it in. Put it in.
Yeah. Hold on. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I do, but it's hard to concentrate. Okay. Yeah, right here. So we've changed the grid value, but we haven't told it to redraw the. We haven't updated the real coordinate value yet. So it's drawing it based on its previous position. That's why it's still working, but we're not drawing it in the right place. So probably every time we make a change, probably not literally every
That's what,
time, but because these are never
but
going to
that's why I
happen.
was saying maybe before and after the blast, because I would think that
I
like, or
think
after the impact.
I think you'll find based on the way it's structured that once I put it in here once, every time we make a change, it'll be fine.
Okay.
But where? So here nothing's changing with the grid values, and here we're getting changes to the grid values, but we don't need to put it in here twice because this is an if statement or else this. So it actually just needs to go here, I think. And same thing here. Oh no, that can't be right because that's still.
Put it in once and see what happens.
Yeah,
Just out of curiosity.
I will. Just need to know. Yeah, actually, I think just to be on the safe side, I think what I'm gonna do is put it in here. I'm gonna overkill it right here. I'm gonna. I think this is probably a little overkill, but there's no harm in it, and it will probably solve the problem. So now, there it is. Look, solve the problem. That did it. That's all we did. Just
Yeah.
we spent 2 hours realizing we forgot to call the update grid function again. Which is remember that it's the exact problem we had when we were coming up with player movement in the first place. Same exact damn problem. We didn't learn the lesson. There we go.
You just needed to talk it through with me. You'd get that helps.
Check it out. Now nothing happens
There it
yet,
goes.
There you go.
but it's
That's
it's
right.
working.
But you haven't told it
So
to,
we have
to do the thing.
so now we have two
You wanna take away
actions.
now?
We have punching, and we have Kai blasting, which is boom.
Cool.
And it only works for one player, and does it work in both directions? I forget. Let's see here. What did we do? What did we not do? Oh yeah, that works.
Which
Yeah, I
one's
think it all works.
Goru and which one's
It's
Frieza?
Goku and Frieza. Frieza's this one.
Oh, that's a K, not an R? Okay.
Mhm.
It goes off the top of the screen, so I would have guessed an R.
It is a K.
Interesting. Okay. And that one's Goku is the person and Frieza is the little
Alien
whatever
dude.
it is.
Well, they're
Alien.
technically both aliens, but
So if we want,
Yeah.
we could do this pretty quickly for the other player, but it's already 3
So is
That would
that
be great.
planet just a background? So the
Yeah.
Kai blast will go through just right on
right
past
on,
it over
on
top of it?
of it. Yeah,
Let's see
Yeah.
that. I'm curious.
sure. We
I want to see what it looks like.
Hold on here. Run.
You put rune. There you go.
Oh wait a minute. Now we have a problem. Hold on. Damn it. Oh yeah, look, it's not.
Yeah, it's not forming right in front of us.
It's not.
But it's making it to the edge of the screen.
I think maybe you're right, Julie. We need to actually update the grid value right after it spawns as well. I think you're right. We have to do it before and after.
Try it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Where is what is the problem here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we messed with the grid. We messed with the grid values here, but we didn't update the. Boom. Oh, we did right here. Okay, that's weird. Boom. Okay, well I did.
Well, but you did it after it said end as opposed to before. So
Yeah.
try it. Like you said, I don't think updating the grid value is going to hurt anything.
No, I think the problem here is that it's detecting the Chi blast, but then it's going right into the loop. And so it's already adding 1 to it before it ever draws it.
Right. Neat.
But I was having trouble with it not wanting to draw something during the update loop. So I think after it, let me think here. Where was I? Yeah, it doesn't solve the problem. So that's not it.
Fun with logic.
This is a genuine challenge. You know?
Mm-hmm.
The logic part looks like fun. I just couldn't tolerate that freaking font. I would have to find some program that, like, programming program that was much more user friendly on my eyeballs. My brain wants to.
I think I see the problem. I think what we need to do is actually, when the Chi blast is generated, we need to generate it at the same, because nothing's going to draw because we're immediately adding 1 to it. So I think where we said here add 1, that just needs to go away. Now I suspect that if we run this, yeah, that solved it.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, we are
There it is.
squashing bugs.
We are, dude.
Yay.
So yeah, check that out. Boom. It's going against the wall. Boom. If we face the other direction, it should work the same thing. It's actually going to the wall now. Boom. And if we move this player in the way. Nice.
Aha.
Look at that
Let's
go.
save our work before we
Yes, save that.
Yes. We fight.
Ready, fight.
All right. I think we need to end this. Let it soak in. I'm
That's
gonna go.
cool though. I've only been here for like 20 minutes and it got better. So
Let's go to our
yay.
list here. So we're still. Let's say we got Chi blast. Well, implement Chi blast. We got Chi blast working. We're detecting collisions, but now we need to do implement Chi blast for player 1, i.e. player 2.
And we need to make it decrease the Chi value.
Yep. Make Chi blast impacts decrease player Chi value. Okay, we need to generate explosion or spawn explosion sprite
Yeah.
on Chi blast impact. Anything else for next time? That's a lot for next time already. It doesn't sound like much, but that'll take a little while. But I think implementing it for player 2 will be easy. It's just copy and paste and changing the numbers from 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. Decreasing the Chi value, that'll be easy. It's this generating the explosion on the impact that I'm a little more worried about. It might take some time to get it happening as expected.
Take a second to figure out.
But check.
No, that looks great so far. Can you send it to me real quick?
I can. Yeah, it looks pretty badass. It's working.
It does look really bad. And look at
It
that.
does look good.
And it does damage too. I love it.
Yep.
Yeah,
cool.
these rectangles that for the meters are interesting, Julia. Basically, there's a health value and a max health value. It takes those, makes a percentage, does the division, and then generates a rectangle of a percentage of the max amount of the rectangle, and that's how it's generating the rectangle. So even generating the rectangle, there's a lot of math involved.
Sure. Well, not. I mean, not complicated math, but
No.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird way. I would not assume that that's how that worked, but it's. But I now that you're saying how it works, I'm like, yeah,
Well, I did it that
that's a
way.
thing you
I
would
did it
do.
that way so we can change the max health values, and we can modify things in a single place as opposed to different places. You know.
Sure. Sounds. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably a little overkill, but it's just. Also, be impressed. Our timer stops at 0. Nothing happens when it reaches 0 yet, but you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume at the timer stop, you can no longer do damage and move around.
Yeah, we're probably going to. There's going to be 3
Run around.
rounds apparently. Best 2 out of 3.
On subsequent rounds, will you start back at a start position, or are you going to start where you left off in round 1?
It's a good question. I don't
position.
know. Starting position. There you go.
It might be cool though to have you start in the location where you stopped, because that could create
That is a good
another
idea.
element of challenge and pre-planning. Like, hey, I have to plan where I want to end round 1 so that I can start round 2 in a different position.
I
Or
do like that idea.
Yep. All to be
Yeah,
determined.
just
Yep.
refill your.
Do you like our star field? Be impressed with our star field.
I am impressed with the
Yep,
star field. It
reset
looks
it a few
very
times.
very nice,
Re-
considering that
Yeah,
this is all little squares.
Yeah, it's all randomized.
Yep. Every time it runs, it regenerates it.
Every time.
My kids are going to want to call this guy the strawberry because of his name. In France, they have a drink called Frieza
Oh.
or whatever, and it's spelled very similarly, and it's strawberry because I think that's like the French word for strawberry or whatever. And
That's
they like
great.
loved it. They were like, "Oh my god, this is the best drink ever."
We're also going to have a character selection screen that lets the players select which character they want to use. We've started building some of
Oh.
them.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Be impressed. This has taken several days of work to get this to this level. So
I am impressed. It makes sense that it would take several days, considering it just took us 20 minutes to fix a little tiny what seemed to be like little problems.
yeah, so we even have a very this is not being used yet, but we have a variable for tracking which round we're in. We're starting in round 1, of course, and then we'll probably have to have a variable that tracks which screen we're in. 0 for the character selection screen, 1 for the action screen, 3 for some sort of circle back screen. Who knows, right? End game screen, whatever.
Stage select.
This is what generates all the stars.
Are you going to have any kind of condition for collisions, 2 characters collision of something that happens or doesn't happen? If
No,
2 characters
right now
collide?
they just run into each other and they can't go through each other. It took a couple hours messing with it, trying to get them so they don't so they detect each other and
Pass
can't go
through
past.
each other.
Yeah. That's part of this player movement logic, right?
But if they are next to each other, they can punch each other, right? Is
that's
adjacency
right.
required for punching?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Like, for example, let me show you. Like, so right now, here we go.
One can't punch the other one.
This one is punching.
Right.
But nothing's happening. But if they're adjacent, boom, it starts damaging the other one.
But if he's facing the other way, he won't actually do damage. You have to actually be facing the character you're punching.
What happens if both
It doesn't
characters
matter if you punch
go
him.
right at each other and both start just punching at the same exact moment?
That's a
Are they
good
just going to
question.
end? They're just going to both
They're
run
both
out of
doing
health at the
damage.
same exact time?
It works.
Yep.
Whoever got the
That's
leg
how it
up
goes,
wins,
right?
I guess.
Yeah,
At least
we'll
it
probably
works.
end up doing different about that later. I want to do a block feature if we can get double tap buttons to work, but
I'm not. I'm less optimistic about double tapping, but
But a block feature could prevent breaking the game, like I just described, right? Like
Maybe.
you don't want to just have players be able to just like instantaneously start shooting each other at the same. What if the Kai blasts are both hitting each other? Like, will they pass through each other?
That's a good question.
Both of them are blasting.
They should blow up. Actually, if they hit each other, it would be a contact.
Try it.
And then
Put
blow
them
up.
next to each other.
Well, right now only
don't
one
have-
player does Kai blast, so
Oh, Kai blasts are only for the the.
we've only created it for one character.
It's only been built for player 1 right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be built.
I need to copy and
We're gonna
paste
do
and then
that
change
next
all the
time.
zeros to ones and all the ones to zeros to make it work for the other player.
Right, so that it's and then the purple. They'll be the
Yeah.
purple ones that you
And
made.
it turns out we don't
Yep.
actually need this little thing that we thought we might need. So this is all commented out, and I can delete that.
Okay, and they're supposed to pass through each other. So again, two players could be just like on opposing sides and just blasting each other and effectively break the game
Yeah,
because of the
but
fact
you
that it
know,
would be boring. They run out of.
in theory,
Okay.
the other you're going to be running away, right? You know,
Well, yeah, but you also have to be on the same plane to get a hit in.
mm-hmm.
Is there okay.
And this is
Okay.
where playtesting comes in. You know, people see what
Yeah,
actually
like a,
happens, right?
right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When people are actually playing it. You know, is it a good thing or a
But
bad
it's
thing?
nice
You know?
that you can move around quick enough to where you could blast on one y-axis and then move away off that y-axis
Mm-hmm.
before the blast hits the person. That's nice
Yes.
that it's moving quick enough.
Yeah, the blast
That's
functions pretty autonomously. You know, while the blast is happening, the other player can move.
yeah, that's cool.
So, but you know, this has been a challenge, and we're already.
I know you.
If you notice, Dylan, we are already. This is the max amount
Yep.
of tokens we can have. We're already at a quarter of the way done, so we got to be
Yeah.
judicious about what we're adding to the game. Probably
What's a token?
a token is, I think, basically equivalent of words.
Okay, so not characters, but like
Right.
a word with a
Right.
token. Okay.
So like
So that equal
this would
sign
be
is
3,
one, and the three is
and
yeah,
yes,
3 tokens.
and this is a token. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Got it.
the way this works is that this entire program essentially gets broken down parsed into a tree structure, and so each node of the tree, either an operand or an operator, is a token.
Got it. Cool. That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's what that's how parsers work. They take a hierarchical structure and then decompose it into a tree essentially with nodes.
Neat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
I know
how.
you've been wanting to show me this, so I saw you. I was like, oh, let me hop in there and see what he's doing, and
Well, it's
because you've been wanting to show me the game.
it's not too bad.
I know you want me to make a game
No,
with
not at
you,
all.
but can we pick a different programming language to learn, or like a
Yeah.
different program thing that doesn't use this awful?
Yes, what I like about this is the constraints. It's only 128 pixels by 128 pixels. It's got the built-in sprite editor. You know, it's an all-in-one kind of. You know,
Yeah.
and it's easy. You know, it's hard to read, but it's easy to understand the constraints. You know.
Yeah. I'll sacrifice a little ease for better font.
So again, let me just save fight. Yes. All right. You want me to send that to you,
Okay.
Dylan?
Yes.
Okay, give
I
me
would
1
love that.
second. I will.
It's pretty cool.
Let me go to
Yeah.
my email. I have to. Unfortunately, the cartridges are saved in PICO-8's hidden folder, so I have to go to
Did you pause your Streamlabs, or did it automatically do that when you switched to a different
I paused it.
program? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was pretty cool that it auto changed it. I was going to be all
I
excited.
did that so I can. I mean, I just
Sure.
never know what's in my email, right? Got customer info. I've got my
Sure.
potentially student info from back in the day. I've got all kinds of stuff that's not for public
Sure,
consumption in
sure.
my email. So, Dylan, and let's see here. I just call it game in progress. I gotta enable my hidden folders here. It stores in like the Windows application folders that are hidden, so you have to unhide them in order to be able to access where the cartridges are, which is annoying, but true nonetheless. So view.
I'm all excited. I get to go to a botanical garden when I'm in Denmark. Because yeah, you know how I am about botanical gardens, so very excited. Found that out this morning.
Okay, fight.p8. This should be the one. But I'm going to do the details just to make sure it's the right one. Yeah, Fight.p8. No, wait. That's weird.
Yeah, the word strawberry is F-R-A-I-S-E, phrase in French. So it's very close.
It is super close.
Now you can see why my brain went there. Because I was like,
Yeah.
every time I see that word in print, I was like, it's a strawberry beverage. Or I guess in French
The
it would
other
be strawberry.
characters, there's Vegeta, which is from vegetables, and there was
Mm.
Raditz, which was radishes, and
Interesting.
Kakarot, which was from carrot. So the other names from the show were like vegetables and stuff. So
Wow.
I think Frieza was from freezers or something. It might have been strawberry though,
Yeah, who
because
knows?
they pulled from different cultures and stuff.
All right, Dylan, I sent you that. Make
Um,
sure you get the right version. Go ahead and download it and plug it into your PICO-8 and make sure I set the
Yeah.
right one. So since we've named this a couple different things.
Yay.
I think Lara would be pretty good at this too. She seems like she has tendencies towards liking logic stuff. And she told me today that she's thinking of either going into finance or going into law. So I'm hoping if she goes into law, maybe she'll go get a philosophy degree like we did. That'd be fun. My mom's trust lawyer makes like
How do I see
$3.75 an
your
hour.
time
So
lapse? Oh, yep, it's working. I have it.
Got it working? Oh, here.
Yep.
Can I see your screen in Discord? Are you still showing
Oh,
your
yeah.
screen?
he's
Let me
not.
go
But
back.
Yeah, share your screen real quick. Yeah, and of course there's a little bit of a lag because of the way Discord processes it, but it's working as expected.
Yeah, it is.
wait. Oh yeah. Okay. There. It looked like it's. Wait. It stopped before the.
Yeah, but it's because you're not seeing the entire.
Oh, okay. I was like,
You're not
what?
seeing every frame. Discord is basically giving you a smaller frame rate, so you're not seeing every frame.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
What do you think?
I love it.
It's,
This is
it's
great.
great. Yeah, it's great.
It's cool and it's alternating. I can see the
Yeah, we
sprite
got
alternating. Yeah, it's cool.
give it
I can't believe you got that
Oh,
working.
yeah, there we go. And then
I can
we
believe it.
change out any of the other colors we want.
You just needed your little pocket sprite best friend who doesn't know anything about programming but is decently okay with logic to come
Well, I
and
can't
sit in
believe we
your
spent
pocket.
all that time
Pocket.
only to realize we changed the grid value, but then didn't update run the update function that tells it where to actually put it on the screen. Yeah.
I can.
We said it was
Because that's
something
an easy
simple.
mistake to make.
Yep. Well, because
They're all easy
because
mistakes to make,
I
right?
could have done it purely in terms of pixels, but I just figured if we knew we wanted a grid anyway, it was just easier to put it in grid values. And maybe in
Yeah.
retrospect, the grid was the wrong way to think about it. Maybe we should have had a smoother movement around the screen that's not in a grid, but that would create other
like
problems detecting collisions and whatnot. So
It would. It also kind of is in keeping with the game, like
the
aesthetic
retro,
design.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very
Everything feels very gritty and very cubes and squares and like, so the fact that when you move, it feels a little bit pixelated like that.
and it's
It's like,
unambiguous whether you're going to score a hit. Yeah, it's like, right up bullseye.
right. Exactly.
Well, what do you think,
It'll
Dylan?
be interesting.
I love it. This is great.
This is Dylan's brainchild.
Yeah,
so.
Oh, cool.
This was born over a discussion at Creekside Pizza Place in Ashland. We were sitting there brainstorming game ideas, and he said he had this idea for a retro Dragon Ball Z fighting game. I said, I think I know the perfect environment to build that in.
Yeah, here we are.
Cool.
Barely like a month later.
Yeah, so Dylan, I guess my only caution is don't do what we did last time, which is make a bunch of changes. Let's just let it percolate for a couple days. If you want to mess around in here and think of things, sure, but let's not have two different working versions going at once.
Yeah, I just like playing with the.
Yeah. I don't want you to stop playing. Playing is fun. Just think of it as playing, not as making changes to the game yet.
And I usually hate the pixelated games. Like I said, since I got away from every time I I started playing the games in the 80s and stuff, and like I started with these pixelated games, but I've always just been like eager to progress to the like better looking stuff, and I don't really have the nostalgia that Zach does and look back and go, oh, I want to play those pixelated games. No, I'm like, let's move on from asteroids to like Geometry Wars. Like, let's make it look better.
I guess my
But
point is that there's still plenty of good to be had out of the not all things that are good to make in those old environments have been made yet.
right, and what I'm saying is, I think that oh, you made it blue.
Yeah, just change.
But
All you did was change the sprite number, right?
I don't
Yep.
hate this. Like, even though like I don't really like this style of game. I think it's cute, and I can see that if it wasn't broken, I'm concerned about two people just standing still and holding the button down. But I guess that would just be boring. So why would anyone do
Yeah,
that?
people would immediately run away and try not to get damaged, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's still punching me.
I mean, you can do that in any fighting game. You can stand there and punch each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So but it does look like something that might be fun for a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I could even see myself spending a couple minutes doing it. Is what I'm saying. Which for me, that's big
Ooh,
to
thank
say.
you.
This is going to be a pretty badass game when it's done. You got to admit.
It's cool.
Yes, I think it is.
This is already more complicated than some Atari games,
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Although programming an Atari game was an order of magnitude more difficult because of the way that CRT screens worked, and there was nothing resembling sprites. Everything had to be calculated by hand. So
Jeez.
yeah, so this might be a more complex game, but those were still probably harder to program.
Oh, yeah.
So, are you gonna get going, Zach?
Yeah, I gotta go because I gotta get a shower and we got a game night. And we gotta make dinner and I've already spent more time on this than I thought I would today. So.
Well, I won't be playing World of Warcraft with you then.
Enjoyed it.
No, not tonight.
No.
Probably.
It was nice meeting you, Dylan.
It was nice meeting you as well.
I love
I'll
when
talk to you
I
guys
love when
later.
my favorite people get to know each other. It makes me happy.
Right on. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Dylan, you have a good evening over there, and look forward to next time. Probably not tomorrow because I spent so much time on this today, but I don't know. Maybe on Thursday might be a good day.
Cool. Yeah, just
I'll
let
be
me know when.
Yeah.
I'll be in the city tomorrow, Zach. But then I think I'm raiding tomorrow night, so I won't see you tomorrow probably. Maybe Monday,
Sounds like a plan.
but I'll raid Monday night again. So, all right. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.